Welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. It is 12:19 p.m. on the historic August 5th, 2023, in the year of our Lord. Welcome back to the comic book vault in the Hotel Orloff in historic Rural Retreat, Virginia. One mile from here is the birthplace of Dr. Pepper, the Civil War surgeon who later in life would invent Dr. Pepper, ladies and gentlemen. One of his employees stole the formula, went to Texas, and started marketing it as in his drugstore that he later opened. But he wasn't the inventor of Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper was not from Waco, Texas. It was from here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. Well, today we're going to have a wonderful historic unboxing, and we're going to be going through Fangoria magazine, ladies and gentlemen, and organizing some magazines and comic books and whatever, because today is the last day I have of unlimited StreamYard. StreamYard, you have to pay $25 a month to have unlimited amounts of hours. And otherwise, you get a free version of StreamYard that gives you 20 hours a month. So things are rough here financially in Rural Retreat. The average income in Rural Retreat is about $12 a week. And not enough people have been ordering the historic Tomb of Terror TV program that I've created. And I only have one commission, which I'm working on now, a painting of Bilbo Baggins and a goblin drag racing. And paintings are $100, which is cheap, I think, for original art, acrylic paintings. And then I had, then shipping's extra. And my TV show, $20 every episode, which each episode is 2 hours long, which is a movie, length of a movie. A whole bunch of live streams this morning. I watched Rod and Shen and Comic Book Memories, and then there were other shows going on live at the same time. So I had one on the TV, one on my phone, because Night Tiger was doing a live show, and then Howler Mouse was doing a live show. Saturday morning is a great time, I think, to go live, since the cartoons are no longer on the network. We will become our own cartoons. I gotta go refill this. We only have 4 people watching, so I'll wait until we get a few more people in, and then I'll do a massive unboxing. Jimbo just said, "Hey, Gratu." Oh, I should put the link in the chat in case anyone wants to come in. Copy. So, incredible. Okay, I put the historic link in the historic chat, and I'm going to get some more historic core water. I'm going to refill this bottle, and we'll get the show on the road. So alert your friends and family and enemies that we're live, and this is the last time we'll be able to do one of these. Well, I'll still do it on Wednesdays until Micah comes back. With the 20 hours free per month, I should be able to do a 2 or 3 hour show every Wednesday, something like that. All right. All right. So we got 6 people watching. If all 6 of you come on, then we can have a Saturday afternoon 4-color freakout, man. Um, but that's on you, brother. Do you have the courage to come on live on YouTube and show comical funny books? Um, here's Kevin saying hello. Yes, indeed. So I'm the heck? Yes, indeed. I guess I'm on live. I'm looking because I was uploading a show that I filmed this morning, and it takes forever. We're still at 55%. It's I took the camera around, pointed it the other direction instead of at me, and recorded the Aurora model kits because Rod was talking about that he'd like to see like all the Aurora model kits that I have around the hotel this morning on his historic broadcast. Well, we had 6 viewers and then 1 went away. Now we have 5 viewers. Ridiculous. Embarrassing. I wonder who else is on live against me. Like I said, there were 3 people going on live against each other this morning, and it gets to be overwhelming. Let's see, YouTube. What do we find live tonight? Trump is speaking. Where's he speaking tonight? He gave a great speech last night, wherever the heck he was, South Carolina, or no, he was in Alabama last night. That's right. They had that guy that sings "Proud to be an American, God bless the USA." He came on before, he was the guest, special mystery person that was going to come on, and so he sang that song live. I'd never seen the guy that sings that song. I remember that right after 9/11, that song started to be on the radio a lot. So I figured this guy must be a billionaire from the residuals for that song or whatever you call it. But this guy comes on. I don't want to be mean. It looks like he was wearing a suit he got at the Salvation Army. But that's me. Yeah, Lee Greenwood looked a little like a homeless guy that would be pooping on the street. But I don't know. I don't want to be offensive here. Jumbo Comics says, "Hey guys, in and out of the house doing yard work." That's what I would be. Well, I don't need to mow the lawn yet. I still don't have a lawnmower, but I think the grass is still. Plus, it's rained, so I can't do anything anyway. Lee Greenwood, yes. Looks a little like Hunter Biden. Just a little, like he's had probably some rough years. Let's see. Let's look him up on the internet. There are always these songs, and you just have no idea what the people that sing them look like. Oh, it's Melvin Lee Greenwood. Okay, that's Melvin, isn't it? So that's why he goes by Lee Greenwood. Let's get pictures of him. Yeah. That's what he used to look like back in his younger, healthier days. It's a Lee Greenwood Christmas. What's he look like now? I guess that's more what he looks like now. I don't know. Oh well. God bless the USA, as they say. Let's see what we got here. Did I find the creature mask? Yes, I did. I had hung it up right above the elevator door. But that's an inside joke for the people that saw one of my last broadcasts. I was looking around the house for a creature mask because I found the box it goes into. I'm going to go in. I'm going to come on as my anti-self. Oh, that doesn't work. I got to do it here through here. Oops, confusing myself. I'll go show you where it is, and you tell me, should I leave it up on the wall or should I put it back in its original box? You guys can tell me that here. Let's see. So I do this, okay. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going on. I've hit the link. Now this is what it'll look like if you want to come on. You'll hit the link that I put in the chat and it will say, allow microphone camera access, and you'll say yes. StreamYard.com would like to access your microphone and camera, and you click allow. And then you'll see the little camera in your phone or whatever your device is showing yourself. And then you type in a display name. Let's see. I'll put in a display name. Okay, and then I click enter studio. It's that simple. All 7 of you can come on. And now I see myself down here, so I can click on that and add me to the stream. Click on that and add me to the stream. Okay. Now I can go in the other room and show you. Okay. Now I can go in the other room and show you the creature from the Black Lagoon mask. Yeah, and can I display the original box? Yeah, but it's not a very spectacular box. Yeah, box. It's one of the hideous ones from the 1970s. Hideous ones from the 1970s. It's weird to see your profile. It's weird to see your profile. Starting to look like Abraham Lincoln. I don't know if that's a good thing. Starting to look like Abraham Lincoln. I don't know if that's a good thing. Oh, God. Okay. I go this way. Oh, come on. That's what he looks like. The creature from the Black Lagoon. Here's let's open this door, shall we? Turn on the light. Ooh. It's a long drop. That's the elevator shaft. That's why it says caution elevator. And it also says beware, and it shows the ghost that you will become if you go through this door. But don't worry, you can always put this latch on it, protect people from their stupidity. Okay. So that's where the creature is. The question is, should I take the creature down and replace it with some other mask and then put the creature back into its proper box that it came in? Hold on, I don't need my alternate identity anymore. This is the box it came in. The cellophane has been punched out. See, it's very generic 1970s. And monster made of all rayon. Oh, it's got the original price tag on it. Isn't that cool? It's from Wins. I smile because I remember when I haven't done WINN''S Wins $1.99. Here's Meyer. Let's get him in here. Oh, he's down at the beach. That's cool.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe the connection's working.
Yeah, it says I'm at the beach and should be home in a bit.
The birds are eating sand crabs this morning out here.
Man, we should get a close up of that. See, he's got water there and I've got water here. So it's like
Oh boy.
I'll hand the water off to him and then it becomes an ocean. We have 7 people watching. Were you watching Rod and Shannon this morning?
Yeah, I probably caught the last half hour, I think.
Yeah, by then everybody was live. Did you notice that? Night Tiger.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw the same people that you talked about earlier. I saw Howler Mouse and Night Tiger. Oh shit, we gotta run.
Why?
Water's coming.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Came real close. Wow. See that dog?
Yeah.
He's having a blast. Yeah, the water came all the way up here. He's having so much fun. All right, well, I'll probably lose you because I'm going to be heading up right now. And so I'm going to go up through the sand dunes, and that's usually where I disconnect. But we can keep going, I guess.
Right,
I'll just keep walking. I'll stay live with you.
Yeah, did you see some one of these gaming live streaming Twitch people was doing a giveaway in New York, and there was some huge riot where people were destroying everything and crawling on statues and twerking and throwing things.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, I did. I saw that. I was watching the Tim Pool with Alex Stein on my walk this morning, right before you went live. I was watching the replay from yesterday. They were talking about that.
I need to watch that, and then I saw that pop up, and it made me realize that for the last month and a half or longer, cool, I haven't been watching the Prime Time with Alex Stein show. I completely forgot that it existed. I don't know. I was watching that every day. It was hilarious. I don't know what happened to me, because that was like almost like Saturday Night Live from the 70s is back, and it's on daily. And how do I forget about things like that?
Yeah, he's funny. He's funny. I watched the show too.
I think the thing that was kind of a little off-putting there, right about the time that I started forgetting that I forget about a lot of things, he started shining lasers in the eyes of his producer and just everyone around him, and then in his own eye, and it's like, okay, this is a little bit Steve-O kind of behavior, it's like, if I was his producer and he shined a laser in my eye, I probably would have punched him out live on the show. But
yeah, he's
go ahead.
Go ahead.
He is hilarious though, but a couple of times he's gone a little far.
Yeah,
that goes far when you're doing things like that.
I don't think that I have the notifications clicked on him because I miss his stream a lot. Like, I don't think he has a set regular time, does he, or a day of the week?
Yeah, he does. He's on every night, like right around 6 o'clock my time.
I don't know why I'm missing it.
4 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
I think it could be that YouTube is hiding it because he's someone that's capable of getting the message out to people, like Tucker Carlson and what's his face, the bald guy on Spotify.
Joe Rogan.
Sorry. See, I forget everything,
Yeah, they're threatened by those guys, those two in particular. And so Alex Stein, you're right. He's kind of in company with those guys in a way.
And Tim Pool, I mean, they're scared that what's his face, the guy that put the charges in on Trump the other day, the guy that looks like he's a witch finder general, that looks like he's right out of the Puritan days. What's that guy's name? Jeff Smith or something?
Yeah.
Anyway, he went to the judge and said he feels like he's being threatened by Trump and wants a protection order.
I know, goofy. Did you guys see the lifeguards?
Yeah.
See how they waved at me and they like I'm cool? See that? They know me. See that?
Yeah.
I have friends that aren't on the internet.
Yeah. Hey, Paulo. I guess we're on early enough for Paulo to be
Oh, cool.
having dinner or something.
I'm powering up this sand dune real quick.
Yeah, it looks like you're going up. Those are crucifixes. You're going up Golgotha.
Oh, look at this over here. There's been homeless people sleeping at this spot at the beach here for a couple of weeks.
Oh.
Yeah, great news, huh?
He says, yes, it isn't even dinner time here yet.
Oh, it's early over there, huh?
Yeah. So.
Forget I have to turn the camera around.
Okay. You'd think it would be busier on a beach on a Saturday.
It really isn't. Well, I mean, this is busy for this beach. I mean, usually when I'm down here, there's nobody here. But there's some sort of a school outing happening today at the south end of the beach that I saw. There's about 30 like middle school kids down at the beach. Here's the spot I was telling you about. I've been noticing people sleeping.
Sounds like it's radioactive. It's like I think some radioactive person sleeps there. The Geiger counter's going off.
Oh, is that what it sounded like on the microphone?
It's 110 degrees in Portugal. Wow.
Celsius, right? What's 110 degrees in Celsius?
All right, you gotten past there was some horrible interference. It sounded like.
Yeah, I should have. I'm sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't mute it. I should have muted it.
No, that's okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it should be clear from here on out, I think.
I just remembered that yesterday, the man whose name cannot be spoken on YouTube, AJ, out of Austin, was talking to the guy with the horns from the first month of the year in whatever year that was, 2000.
Right.
The month, the 6th day of the first month. I don't think you're allowed to say that either. But remember the guy that was the shaman. And anyway, he had him on yesterday, and he was getting along really well with him. And he came on AJ's show before he went to prison, and AJ was just chewing him out, really angry at him. But this time they got along really well, and he said, I misunderstood you, and I was listening to what the press said about you. Anyway, he said, let's go on doing a special live show on Saturday afternoon from 12 to 2. So I just remember that. So that's going on live right now over at the infowars.com. I just like free speech territory. Anyway, I mean, he's kind of an idiot, but it'd be fun to watch. the styrofoam head that you can get from the Archie McPhee catalog. They're selling it as an ET head that looks like something you could display a mask on pretty well.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna pull in here and cool off a little bit.
How hot is it there?
It's about 66, 64, something like that. Too hot for this coat that I'm wearing.
Yeah, it's 79.
A little warmer than usual. It's a warm morning. It's almost 11 a.m.
Actually, it's 81 degrees here in Rolling Tree.
I bought one of those slide viewing things last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, well, first I searched at older ones, like vintage ones.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that the prices on vintage ones are comparable to the prices on a brand new one. So I ended up buying a brand new one on Amazon that I felt had good reviews and looks to be the same size and everything as an older one. So then we'll see. But I did notice that they have this new device. It's made so that a slide, it's like a platform. On the bottom platform, there's a backlight, and you slip a slide in. On the top platform, you set your cell phone on top of it and orient the camera directly over the slide, and then you can take a picture of it or film it and manipulate it onto your phone and make it a file. Yeah.
Well, those
are about $20, so I'll probably get one of those too.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. This is what he's talking about. These slide viewers. It's got a little stand that'll come out, so you can have it set like this, and it looks like a television. It lets you look at slides. So you'll be able to, if you're getting it from Amazon, you'll get it almost instantly. And
yeah, it's supposed to be here tomorrow.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, the show I'm putting up is now at 91%.
Cool.
It's really stupid to compete against yourself and have a show go up while you're doing a live stream, but well, I just said I was smart.
The upload speed can be so random at times. Like, I don't usually upload anything over 30 minutes, but the difference between me uploading, say, a 5 or a 7 minute video as opposed to a 30-minute video can be like an hour. It could be an hour difference, just depending on time of the day or traffic, I think, connectivity. But sometimes I'll do a short video and it will be uploaded shorter than the video itself. It'll take 3 or 4 minutes. But a 30-minute video might take an hour or 90 minutes sometimes, depending on the time of the day. I haven't figured it out. I haven't really mapped it out. So I just do everything, off the hip. And just
the episode is only about it's 37 minutes long because my phone just shut off. I guess I need to delete some apps or something to free up enough memory to even do a show that long. Right. My phone is so clogged up with photographs and stuff. I need to get it off the phone and onto the computer. Where's the Valley Forge Casino Resort? Kevin put up this It's a famous monsters festival coming up. I guess Prussia, Pennsylvania. Maybe that's something Man, Bear, Pig could go to.
Right, I don't know where that is. That's near Pittsburgh or Philadelphia. I feel like they've had a lot of Pittsburgh monster events in the past. I think maybe that's where that Dennis struck tennis name is, right? Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. I guess it's there's a place called King of Prussia, Pennsylvania.
I've heard of that place before. They used to manufacture these.
20 miles northwest of Philadelphia. I think your sound just cleared up. All right. Now looks like we're keeping 7 people entertained. Seems to be pretty consistently staying at 7. You're asking if that's a video game playing. No, it's all the radioactivity in San Francisco.
14 hours. 14 hours. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard this morning that they only made 65 arrests yesterday in New York City.
I'm amazed. I thought they would do no arrest.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
There's Paulo.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on with you?
Yeah, I still have an hour before dinner, so I thought I'd come in. Let's entertain the other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm glad you like. I'm glad you like the car books that I showed on Wednesday. I didn't.
Yeah. I think, you know, I just like people to show things they're excited about. I mean, people could talk about sport, and if they're excited enough about it, it's fun because you catch the excitement, or something I don't care at all about. It's just someone talking about fishing. They're excited enough. You catch that enthusiasm, and I don't want, at least I don't want my channel to just be about comic books. But,
Well, yeah, it's okay if it's just about comic books. It'll never reach a big audience because most people aren't interested in comics. That's why all those reviewing channels that started with reviewing comics, they all moved on to discussing movies, so that they could get a bigger audience. But
yeah, I guess that's the case. I don't really know the secret. I mean, there's some people that get, at least they get. To me, just getting over 1,000 subscribers is kind of successful, because then you could get a little bit of money each month. If you just get, if they send you a check for $20 a month, I'd look at that as a victory. But it just seems like the people that people want to watch on YouTube that talk about comics are talking about finding the key issues, and slabbing, and look at this slab I've got, and that's
or you have Thinking Critical, which is all about the drama.
I think
Right.
I'm subscribed to Thinking Critical. Are they kind of a Comicsgate kind of thing about the politics of comics?
They're what would be called Comicsgate adjacent, but they were never part of Ethan's crew. Because when Comicsgate started, it wasn't really it was supposed to be a consumer movement, and there were a few. When your boy Zach became famous, attracted other people, and at the time the algorithm would actually share videos that were of similar content to the thing that you were watching, so you could find out other people, and that's how I found Englentine, and then there was in Captain Frugal, and those guys were supposed to be Comicsgate, but then because Ethan Van Sciver started talking about the same thing, and then he started talking about creating his own comics, and then it all gravitated around Ethan, and all his gravity started sucking everything, and then even Engleton, okay, you never mind Comicsgate. Now it's something about, it's not it stopped being about buying books and became about selling books. So, and that was the problem. It was no longer a consumer movement. But well, ultimately, what happened is that we all decided to vote with our wallets. If Marvel and DC are bad, what's the point of continue to buy comics that you hate just because you want to have a full run of something? There's no point, especially now that every time you cancel a comic when it reaches number 12, it's an excuse to jump ship. You don't have to buy the new number one. There's going to be 5 new number ones by the time you decide to try again anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't. It never really affected me, because it seems like the last few decades I go to comic stores when they were around me. First, I'd look for, when I went into Lone Star Comics, I'd look to see if they had like a Comics Journal, one of those historical or interview kind of magazines. And then I'd look over, I'd scan all the new comics, and then there'd be nothing, and then I'd wind up getting some Craig Yo reprint pre-code horror comic book or something like that, or there just hasn't been anything that's interested me, except occasionally when there's be like a Mike Allred thing. But I just
but any year now, the comic book fans that are going to be left outside North America, when they think of American comics, they won't be thinking of superheroes anymore. They're going to start thinking about the comics, the review on the Comics Journal, the Fantagraphic stuff, because because that's the thing that the editors are picking up. You can deal directly with the creators. You license the thing that you want. There's no continuity to keep track of. You just launch one big graphic novel and it's done.
Okay.
Those things win awards. It's easy. It's easier to actually invite the creator over for one of our comics festivals. So in a few years, we're all going to be buying Fantagraphics books, and
Yeah.
the new generations, if you want to read anything that's action oriented, they're going to be reading manga anyway.
Yeah, manga took over, and I just as I probably would have never known that these comics were real political, because I can't get past just how ugly most of them look. Just flipping through the insides, the covers, it's like there's some kind of weird creature, sometimes with beautiful covers, and then the interior art, just doesn't work for me. And I know some of the younger people, they can't stand how the old books look. They like the stuff that's all colored by computer. It just, I could never get past how ugly these books look to read the content, to know that it's political. Except I guess I would have figured it out when there was a Nightwing cover about a year and a half ago, where Robin's, I guess he's sitting in a Nightwing, whatever, is sitting in a boxing ring with like maybe a thong on, and it's just like a Playgirl cover, and it's like, what is that?
But being political was never the problem. The thing is that they needed to entertain us, so we could justify spending money on them. And now these people don't feel the need to entertain us, and now they sell like crap, but then they crowdfund sandwiches. So yeah, I don't know if you've ever read Ann Nesani's Daredevil. So this was in the second half of the 80s. But she was very political, very lefty, completely against, very anti-military, against nuclear power, and she used Daredevil as the backdrop to tell those stories.
Who was it? What's her name?
Ann Nesani.
And that's in the late 80s?
Yeah, mid to late 80s. The first thing she did was Longshot. That guy with the glowing, not Cable, the other guy with the glowing eye, who ended up joining the X-Men. And he did Arthur Adams' art. It was amazing. Then she went to Daredevil after the storyline where Murdoch, where the Kingpin found out Daredevil's identity. So that was Frank Miller and David Mazzucchelli, Fall from Grace. And after that, Ann Nesani starts coming in, and she even picks up. She doesn't decide, okay, I'm going to either go back or do something completely crazy that doesn't. She starts where Frank Miller left off Daredevil. So he's no longer a lawyer because his license has been revoked. Karen Page is back. The Kingpin knows Daredevil's identity, but since he was beaten intellectually, so might as well leave Daredevil alive. Because the Kingpin, since the 1980s, when he came back in the 80s, they portrayed him as being amused by superheroes. They served to pinpoint weak spots in his criminal activities, and if necessary, he can point them at his rivals, and that will distract the superheroes, and it usually works. So he keeps getting rid of his rivals for control of the New York crime by giving tips to Daredevil and Spider-Man. Yeah, so that was a fun time at the time. The New York underworld was fairly easy to follow in the Marvel universe. But in Nesani, she starts first with Daredevil starts employing mercenaries because he gets involved. He becomes involved in legitimate businesses, but they're the type of legitimate businesses that cause harm to the environment. So he can still be a villain. She introduces new characters, and then the story progresses in a way that's not what you expect. There's a big storyline involving Mephisto. You think that Daredevil and Mephisto don't mesh well. Then the humans get involved. Then Daredevil leaves New York, and so it's not something that was you that
This is
was
the late
normal.
1980s. What's
Yeah,
this lady's name? How do you spell it?
Nann
Okay.
Nocenti, Nocenti.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah,
I read some of those in the late '80s. She did Typhoid Mary, right, Paula?
yeah. She created Typhoid Mary. Yeah, she was the breakout character from her run.
Yeah, I want to see what these books look like because
John Romita
probably.
Jr. art, I think, right? Is it John Romita Jr.
Oh,
art?
okay.
Yeah,
That could have been
it's
the problem.
mostly Romita Jr. with Al Williamson doing the inking, and Williamson did a good job to make sure it looks solid. But
Oh,
there's
Al
a lot of
Williamson could fix any crummy
yeah,
artist.
but there is a lot of experimentalism, especially in the Mephisto issues, because then you don't have to portray New York normally.
She
There's
appears
a
on the. It
there's a
says she
crossover
appears.
with.
Okay,
Mhm.
sorry.
No, yeah, there are two issues with Wolverine. Those are drawn by Rick Leonardi, and Leonardi has a different style that most people don't appreciate, but I like.
That's probably why I didn't get these books. Because I look at books and I look at the art first, and then I if the art isn't good, I don't go farther. It says that this lady appeared on the photo cover of Spider Woman number 50 in costume as
Hmm.
Tigra.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Nice.
Let me look at this Spider Woman number 50 for friends
Yeah,
here.
that was the last issue. Yeah, I didn't know I remember it was a photo cover, but I don't remember didn't know they used the bullpen as models.
Well, this is Wikipedia telling me this, so it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Oh, I remember this. I actually have this issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't tell. Yeah, I mean, this cover.
Yeah.
I think that's a photograph that's been painted over.
Yeah. Oh, and it's
Yeah,
during
that's
that
why
run.
she's kind of ugly on that cover.
Mhm. Yeah, it's also during that run that there's that crossover with the Punisher, that the stories are at the same time, and but they're from each of the main characters' point of view, and Daredevil is being portrayed as a bleeding heart liberal, and the Punisher is an all law and order conservative, and he's going to get the bad guy and kill the bad guy. The You could do that at Marvel at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
So because you could get political. The thing is, you knew you had to entertain, and these people don't know how to entertain. Their jokes are flat. Their reasoning is infantile.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's just that there were other things for me to spend my money on when
Mhm.
there weren't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know much about comics in the last several decades.
Mhm.
And, I see people get so excited about Spider-Man 300. And it's like, why would you even care? It's an ugly cover. Spawn's in it. I mean, not Spawn, Venom, whatever the heck.
Venom, yeah.
Why do you even care about him? It's a stupid character. To me, everything stops at a certain time. I can't even define when it stops, but it just stops being interesting to me.
Yeah, it ends up happening. So I sometimes tell people that I became if you take a look at the things that I've been buying in the last few years, I became the insufferable pseudo intellectual that I used to make fun of when I was in my 20s. If I went back in time to half my age and told myself half my age, listen, when you get to be double your age, you won't be reading any Marvel or DC comics. You're going to think that they're going to suck, and you're only going to buy independent stuff. And I'd say, no, I'm not. I wouldn't believe myself.
Or that Star Wars movies would come out in theaters and you wouldn't even go see them, or or Marvel movies, or
or the new Indiana Jones. Yeah, it's not even this Indiana Jones movie. Even the previous one, I wasn't interested.
I wasn't either. I mean, the only one I really loved was the first one. I mean, I loved that. Then the second one was okay. It was kind of a letdown to me because it had a little kid sidekick. But the worst thing was the blonde woman that was dating Steven Spielberg that just screamed all the time. I thought she was.
Yeah.
And then the third one, everyone loved it, but I thought, well, it's just kind of a remake of the first one, but it's not as good. Okay, it's got, and then the next one was, I think, with a UFO. I didn't even see that one in the theater. I don't think I've seen it all the way through. And then this current one, I have no interest in seeing it. And
I mean, Harrison Ford is what, 82? I don't want to see an action hero that's 82 years old. Nobody does.
Could have made a good movie with him as an 82-year-old, but that's not. They just want to degrade him. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. I don't know who said it, but no, I think it was your voice, Zach, because he was talking about the new Mission Impossible movie, which is apparently good. But I've never really cared about the Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movies. I saw the first one. It's very bombastic, and Mission Impossible was always about nuance and details and making sure that the characters created a situation that let them win without the bad guys knowing. And with Tom Cruise, it's let's blow up stuff. That's not what Mission Impossible Force is supposed to do.
Yeah, well, the first one kind of put me off because they made the Peter Graves character from the TV series a bad guy, and I didn't think that was a respectful way to start the series. And then I never watched another one of them. I understand that some of them are actually really good, but I just just something I never really paid attention to.
What do you got there, Meyer?
This is my arsenal. I don't leave the house without this.
Oh yeah, what do you got?
Pepper spray and a Benchmade knife. But this Benchmade knife is great because it provides the ability to deliver a knockout hammer fist. See that?
Uh-huh.
You don't have to stab anybody with it. You just got to hit them on the temple with that.
Oh, shit. Well, so have you ever come close to having to use any of that?
No, but it's configured in my pocket. Every time I leave the house, I know exactly where both of those items are in my pocket, and they're easily retrievable. If a car drives by slow or a questionable looking young scholar passes by me from behind, I'm always aware because I can't have a handgun here.
So, okay. So your military training teaches you to be constantly alert. When I got mugged in Dallas, I just thought, there's no way that guy could, I don't know what I was thinking. And I had my hands full with I was coming out of an antique store carrying an old radio, and it was Christmas time, and there's some guy walking along kind of behind this old building, kind of looking up like he was looking for an address, but man, he charged at me and broke my glasses, and I couldn't do anything. I had my hands full.
If you're in a city that you don't know, it always walk fast. It doesn't even matter if you know where you're going. If you keep walking fast, anyone who's following you will have to walk fast, and you'll notice them. But at least you'll know that you have control of your environment. People who look like tourists, they get noticed, and those are the ones who are always in trouble.
Paulo is right.
Yeah.
there's a gait or a look or a feeling of complacency or like I don't care that stands out if you're a local. So there's something about they can target people based on their, I don't know, their physical appearance and how they move, how they look, the way they look at you, like, because you don't make eye contact with people. If you live in the city, you know not to stop or even to hesitate. If somebody comes up to try to interrupt you, you just keep going, man. You just keep going and you don't even look at them because you can tell that they're trying to stop you to panhandle or to do something. So
yeah.
Yeah.
the big city bubble is what they call it. Everyone walks around inside of their own protective bubble, and they don't want to even bump into each other's bubbles. They're all moving purposefully, and then the tourists stand out because they don't have any bubbles. They're just like, oh my gosh, this guy's playing drums on some paint buckets. Let's go and give him $1. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. And even if you're a tourist, don't dress like a tourist. Dress normally. That also stands out. Guys who are in Portugal, you always notice the people from Northern Europe. First, they stand out because they all look like they're Germans or Swiss or whatever. But that's okay. We have blonde people down here too, so that's not the issue. But they come, they dress in Hawaiian shirts, and they have short and shorts and sandals with socks on, and oh boy, tourists. And if they go in a place that's crowded, they're gonna get mugged. You just know it. Also, they're incredibly vulnerable to being swindled at restaurants, especially in tourist trap areas. They go into there are restaurants that there's a street in Lisbon that all the restaurants have people inviting you to come in, which doesn't happen anywhere else, and and they have pictures of their menu. So
right,
and so tourist trap. But they also so we have this when you sit down. So we have this special item that we're making today, which is not on a menu. Would you like to try it? And then they charge you 5 times what you normally be charged. So you might as well go to if you gotta eat, you might as well try a place that looks local, even if it's obvious that the owners don't speak English.
Yeah.
So much of that has changed here just in the past 5 years, you guys, because of how the city itself has degenerated. Like I used to see German families of tourists all the time, just like exactly what Paulo was describing. You would see them like a family of 4, husband, wife, 2 kids, all dressed with socks and sandals and shorts with a map, right? And looking around, they're all looking around. You don't even see those people anymore because of the reputation that the city now has.
Yeah.
It is kind of ridiculous the way that the Democratic Party tries to get around it. Everyone knows what's happening in San Francisco and in the big cities in Southern California. It's even known outside California. They just go around like pretending that nothing's happening. Like there's no. Like we don't know that there's an app so you can track where the most poop is.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That app, for years I've had an idea about an app that I thought was a great idea for the city, but it had nothing to do with poop. My idea for this app is it's a topographical skateboarding app for people that aren't locals in the city. So it's just like Google Maps, but it's designed for a skateboarder to avoid having to go uphill, right? The idea is to be able to find the flattest or the slightest inclines throughout the city and make kind of a map of it so you can get around the city. That was my idea. But then now this poop map comes out, and people are more excited about poop than figuring out the best ways to skateboard in San Francisco, I guess.
Yeah, what was the guy? Dave Rubin, before he moved out of Los Angeles. He said he visited San Francisco once. He left something in his car. They broke into his car.
Yeah, you
If
can't
it was
do anything at all.
no matter how innocuous.
Nothing. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, even
And
if
tho-
it's something like a portable, like Bluetooth speaker that's $20 on Amazon, if you have that sitting on your seat, they might break the window just to get that, even though it's worth nothing, just because it's something. So you can't even leave anything like
And I've seen the guys on the street all on drugs. Like you can't even tell if they're there or not. I mean, that thing is called a health risk. By the time something like that happens, I mean, don't you have
it's so bad. There's parts of the city that are like New Delhi right now. I mean, it's really bad. It's crazy.
But what happened to the police?
Well, are you talking about where you're at, or are you talking about
No,
over here?
over there we don't. We have homeless people, of course, but we don't have anything like that. And even when we decriminalize drugs, we kind of the people with the most problem with drugs now are the upper class people.
Well,
So
what's
here-
happening, I believe, is is the country is being taken over, and without. I mean, if you want to take over a country, and you go in and with guns and blowing things up, then the infrastructure is destroyed and you have to rebuild. But if you want to take over a country quietly without the people even being knowing that they're being taken over, well, then you can make a drug like fentanyl and get it sent right across the border, and then you have all these politicians in your pocket that allow the border to be open, and then all these people. I don't know what the experience of that particular drug must be unbelievable to these people, because they become instantly addicted to it, and it's all over. It's spread all across the country. So you weaken, and then you I don't know how much you can really say. They're going through weakening. So I mean, we know what country we're talking about, where fentanyl is coming from, and then through TikTok, which is incredibly popular, and Trump had banned TikTok, at least from federal employees using it on their phones. But as soon as Biden gets in, he immediately, TikTok is back. And it's like, then they realize, oh, we better take TikTok away again, because it's through TikTok is one of the main ways that this influence is coming in, this Marxist, what can you even say? All of this, I mean, what can you say on YouTube?
You can say anything, but I describe it as retardation. People are making themselves retarded on purpose.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's a political movement. This is all they're taking these kids that don't that are but they're weird, different kids, and they're programming them through the glittering little phone to think that well, there really are something else, and that they can become that, and it's just like oh yes, you can become a cat, and then they'll put a kitty litter box in the restroom for that kid to think, okay, well now I have a place to go to the restroom, and it's a complete delusion and madness. That's so they're trying to get and it's what it really is apparently I heard this recently, that this all happened before with Mao, that as far as getting rid of gender and all this, and it's like we weren't taught that in history class, but apparently it's been done before. And Putin was saying in a speech a couple of years ago, they're doing what they did to us
Yeah,
several, 60 years ago, and it's basically it's a takeover, and it's insane. And you're nervous. Like, here I am, nervous and cringing. Can I say that? Can I say that a man can't be pregnant on YouTube? Because it's like, what? Don't we have freedom of speech? No, we don't have that anymore. Well, I mean, I could say it, but then there's always the chance that someone will tattle to just and then that Gina, what was her name? The big woman that looked like Thundra from the Fantastic Four that was on the Star Wars Mandalorian show. She said, this is kind of becoming like Nazi Germany. Oh, no, you're fired. You can't be. It's like, what? It is like Nazi Germany. You're afraid that someone's going to tattle on you too, and then it's you just got to look at it. It's insanity. And you just, and then this morning, someone was saying that, what country was it where they were going after their political opponent? I think it was in Russia or something. They say that's absolutely unacceptable. Some Democrat was saying that. And look what they're going after Trump. Regardless of what you think about Trump, it's ridiculous that what he said was, it's just like, he's looking at what, 600 years in prison?
There's this lefty YouTuber that I watch. He's one of the few that I watch, because sometimes he's not completely insane. Kyle Kalinske, and Kyle Kalinske was defending that if the Supreme Court says that it's unconstitutional to pardon the student debt, then the government should do it anyway because they have the army.
Oh, look at this guy.
That guy.
Look at this guy. You can just tell he's an evil a-hole. He seeks protective order because Don threats on social. I'm coming after you. Could he be jailed for threatening? He's just saying, when I'm president, I'm coming after you, just like you're coming. He's not threatening his life. It's like, oh, I'm so scared.
It's like getting in an argument with your little sister. You understand what I'm talking about? Where she calls your mom over and you haven't done or said anything, and she says, Johnny just pushed me, and you're like, I didn't push her, I didn't even touch her. And so their perception, they've created this. Well, it's the four olds. Like, if you just search the four olds, OLDS, that's what Mao did to China. And those four things that they call the four olds are all the same things that they're getting rid of in the world right now. I can't even say the United States, it's everywhere, but they're getting rid of all the traditional things that built our countries, that gave us, like, one of the olds that they're getting rid of is free speech. They don't believe in free speech anymore. That's like that's foundation of freedom, right? But to them, they see it as a liability somehow, right? There's a cost to freedom, right? Remember what Arnold Schwarzenegger said? Fuck your freedom. What did he say?
He later apologized for that.
But that's the reason why they were so afraid of Trump. Because I think they figured out that as long as they're in charge, nobody's coming after them. Unless, of course, they say that one thing that sounds innocuous, but all of a sudden they get labeled as traitors, and they're also canceled. But because as long as they're in charge, it's okay, because nobody's coming after them. So they thought that Trump was going to do to them what they wanted to do to everyone else.
Yeah, Trump. There's just a way to bribe him, because we know his whole life. He's a teetotaler. Somehow he never was.
Actually, I don't trust people who don't drink. People who don't drink cannot be trusted, because they don't want to be comfortable with you.
Yeah, it's not that he's like a nerd at a frat party that didn't want to drink. Didn't he have a brother that died from drinking?
Yeah, he did.
I think that I can trust someone that's like, my brother died from that, so I'm not going to do that. To me, that's respectable. But someone's just like, oh, I'm just never going to drink because that's a sin. That's I get you. It's just like, something that men do, but it's not something that men do when they see their older brother die from it. So they can't get him on that. He hasn't been to Epstein Island like a million times, and they said, well, he has. There's a picture of him with Epstein. Yeah, because they were both billionaires and they were at the same club. But at a certain point, Trump realized what this guy was and banned him from coming to Mar-a-Lago. He flew on the plane once. He got a ride like because he was going. He didn't go to the island. He just got hitched a ride with the guy. But anyway, in every magazine on the newsstand, all growing up, every scandal that Trump was in was all over the magazines. And so they can't find anything else on him. They have to make things up. And usually they make things up that they're doing, because that's exactly like this little sister that's like they tattle on you for what they are doing.
Yep.
So if they say that you're getting money from the Russians, that means they're getting money from the Russians and the Ukrainians. And they're blowing up that whole country because they're trying to hide their crimes there, what they've been doing.
That's not what we're doing. What we're actually trying to do.
Who said you?
I'm
talking about the Democrats.
But you're not doing anything. I already told you. This is not your war. It's our war. This is about Germany getting control of the oil fields and natural gas fields in eastern Ukraine.
Well, it's Putin's involved because he. Oh yes, absolutely.
Totally.
Yeah. I just.
Who's going to pay for rebuilding the Ukraine? The European Union. And the price for that is access to the oil fields and natural gas fields, and we can finally tell Norway to fuck off, because Norway never wanted to join the European Union. Otherwise, they'd have to share their oil with the rest of us. And now we'll finally have one country in the European Union with oil.
Are all the countries in the European Union in NATO?
No, Sweden and Finland were joining now. I think Luxembourg is not in NATO, but that's immaterial.
Well, they're like 40 feet long? It's like a postage stamp country, right? So, I mean, it's like basically everyone in the European Union is in NATO or will soon be in NATO, right?
What the Germans want to do is have a European military under control of Germany. And do you actually want Germany to have a military, a big military again? Because you can tell all across history, it was always the Germans who betrayed Western civilization. Going back to the 9 AD, what was the name of the guy? I knew the Battle of
Has Germany sent $40 billion multiple times to the Ukraine?
No, but you're trying to buy the guys. You don't even know what to do that. You should have asked us, because we know how to colonize a place. You should have asked the Portuguese how to colonize a place, because you usually only need to pay one guy, not 50.
None of this would have happened if Trump was president. I mean, he says that, and he's right. This would not have happened. Putin wouldn't have gone in. And it's basically all the skullduggery. We took out the ruler of the Ukraine, and then this comedian came in, and basically that's what they tried to bring Trump down originally when he first became president. He was they said he called up Zelensky and asked about what because Biden had or Biden's son was over there raking in millions of dollars with his dad being the vice president, and then Biden got a hold of the guy that was in charge. He said, fire the prosecutor that's looking after my son's company, or you're not going to get this $1 billion from. And they said, you can't do that. You call up Obama and see if I can't. And then I said, I believe in 6 hours. And if you don't, and so they fired that guy. And so when Trump became president, he's talking to Zelensky and said, what do you know about this firing of that prosecutor? That doesn't seem right. And then they said, well, that's what they impeached him about. That was what the first impeachment about was, because he dared to ask about how Biden threatened Zelensky, or not even threatened Zelensky. But anyway, it was all
the thing. Zelensky was willing to cooperate in that regard.
And Zelensky said the phone call was fine, and then it turned. They made up what Trump said. That he said, "Yeah, you listen to me, see, you better do this, see," and they were like reading that into the congressional record that he was talking like a gangster. It's like, hey, we have a transcript of the phone call, and they go, oh shit.
Yeah, because
they still impeached him.
Yeah, because we're gonna believe that a guy who's used to sitting in boardrooms, making deals, talks to the other person like that. Yeah, he's gonna get a lot of deals done that way.
And then Fauci is cooking up God knows what in a lab over in China, because he's not allowed to do it in the United States, so he does it over there. And and then he had labs all along the border of Russia in the Ukraine, which Russia has shown, but they don't let us see that in our media. And that's one of the reasons why Putin wanted to go in. One plus he was promised that the Ukraine wouldn't become part of NATO, but he didn't really like these weapons labs growing God knows what kind of diseases along the border of his country.
Those labs are Soviet labs. They've been there since the 1950s. They're Soviet labs.
Well, I mean, it just all depends on what you've been told. And it's like
the Russians didn't. The Russians always built the dangerous stuff in the Ukraine. That's why the Chernobyl was in the Ukraine. But it's where they got power to Moscow.
Well, it sounds like Ukraine's been effed over by a bunch of countries,
the Ukrainians have never been exactly independent. Most of the Ukrainians lived in the Russian Empire. The other Ukrainians were called Ruthenians, and they lived in the Kingdom of Galicia-Lodomeria in southern Poland. It was an Austrian satellite state, and the rest lived in the Kingdom of Bohemia and Hungary. Also as satellite states to the Austrian Empire.
Putin's shown remarkable restraint and not getting out the big guns, because
you know when Putin started invading other countries? 2004.
When did we start invading new countries?
1962.
Hundreds of years ago. I mean, it's like is he the bad guy, or are we the bad guy?
Well, the thing is,
or are we both the
nobody in Europe wants Russia to do anything like this, because what Russia's trying to do is expand their borders through military strength, through the use of force, and we all agreed in 1945 that was never going to happen again in Europe. That's why there was no intervention from the West when the Soviets sent their tanks to Prague in 1968 and to Budapest in 1956. But since the end of the Cold War,
all I see is a totally avoidable war. And whenever people talk about a possible peace talks, the Democrats say that's ridiculous. What are you, some kind of, we can't have peace?
The war is not avoidable because it's been going on since 2004, and the Ukraine is only one of 3 countries that Russia is invading through. They tried to invade Ukraine through proxies and couldn't, because that's what they're doing in Georgia and Azerbaijan. In Georgia, they're using the Ossetians. In the Azerbaijan, they're using the Armenians. And they installed a puppet ruler both in Belarus and in Kazakhstan, which is where a bunch of the old Soviet oil was.
Well, all I know is as soon as they bring in the draft, people are going to be singing a different tune.
Sure.
Because
the thing is,
it's like, I'm really a man. Well, okay, are they going to draft you now? It's like,
Yeah,
'cause
the
you're
thing
really
is,
a
it
man?
should not be the United States intervening in the Ukraine. It needs to be Europe.
Okay, well, at least they're
That's what I keep
spent a
saying.
lot of
But
billions of dollars over there, and it's
sure,
like I can't even imagine if Russia was was paying for drones that were coming over the U.S. Oh, brother, it's like I'm amazed that Putin is
mhm.
so.
Oh, they used the Ukrainians used the drone in Moscow a few days ago. That was definitely an Israeli drone because it only blew up one specific floor of one specific building. And that's Israeli technology because that's what they use in Gaza.
So, I mean, are you sure we don't have that technology? I mean, I don't know what technology we have. Who knows what we've got reverse engineered from UFOs?
At a when you use it at a smaller scale. Because that's how you took out insurgents in Afghanistan and Iraq, but it's at a smaller scale. It's from the ground. The ones that Israelis use, they come from afar, and they can pinpoint the floor they want to hit.
Well, I just think that this war is an unavoidable war, and it shouldn't be happening. And I think that there's a lot of
the war was
how
unavoidable.
happy the Democrats are
Avoid?
about this
Yeah,
war.
the war was unavoidable. What's avoidable is American involvement.
Oh yeah, but they don't want to stop.
Yeah, but since we are the ones we're going to end up footing the bill for the reconstruction, we are the ones who are going to take over the oil.
Okay, all right, but it seems like then
Because
start sending your tax money over there.
mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's just it doesn't seem right, and I just
Mm-hmm.
look at these giant war memorials in the city near me, and I realize just how many people from this part of the country just get chewed up. And there's the one for the Civil War. Here's the one for World War I, World War II, Korea. It's just
Mm-hmm.
and they're gigantic because this part of the country they just chew up all these farmers' sons and
Mm-hmm.
it's
Korea
ridiculous.
was avoidable. Vietnam could have been avoidable if it was not for the Marshall Plan, because the Marshall Plan forced Europe to abandon their colony, all of our colonies, because what they thought was that they were going to become what the U.S. government thought was that they were going to become the primary influence, but they didn't know. The U.S. government never knew how to make friends. And when European nations colonized Africa and Asia, that's kind of what we did at first, because we did it back way before the Industrial Revolution. So any chance of sending for help did not exist. So if it took us 2 years to make a voyage around the Cape to India, we had to be friendly with the Indian Maharajas, and we couldn't just show up and tell them what to do. After colonialism, there was a social breakdown of in Africa, while the Asians simply went with China, because what was going on in China, because China was always closer to them, so they were always going to be more influenced. But if Vietnam was still French Indochina, the Vietnam War would never have happened.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of
the Marshall Plan was about extending the Monroe Doctrine across the Atlantic. And you know what the Monroe Doctrine is?
Yeah.
No one can interfere in areas that the United States designated as of interest, and this way we're pushing our borders of interest way across to other nations that most people in America can't even point to in a map.
Oh, all these people, nobody in the United States that's got the Ukraine flag on their Facebook page even knows where that is.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody even knows what it is. That I guarantee you.
Yeah.
The dog's walking around with a corn cob and a stuffed animal in her mouth. Mm-hmm. It's hilarious. I should have gotten a picture of that.
Yeah, you know
Anyway,
all
yeah,
this, all
I
this.
don't know. It's not
Yeah,
anything. It just I'm past draft age, so I
mhm,
guess I don't worry
yeah,
about it. But
yeah.
it's I certainly don't
But
like to
if you'd
see.
care to look at the involvement of the CIA in Africa, there are there are books about it, especially the what happened in Zaire, the current Democratic Republic of the Congo, when they killed when the CIA murdered the president, Patrice Lumumba, and had him replaced by Laurent Désiré Kabila.
But none of this is even necessary. Trump had it where we were self sufficient as far as oil. That's usually where it becomes a big deal, is trying to get other people's oil. We can make it on our own, but then as soon as the day that Biden becomes president, he shuts down an oil pipeline, and then now they're talking about getting rid of gas ovens. But what was the latest thing they were talking about? Oh, in California, they're banning gasoline powered lawnmowers. That happened a couple days ago.
Yeah, and where they're going to get the electricity for the lawnmowers?
Yeah,
a great
that's the
idea.
thing that no one, they think, well, we'll just have electric, everything electric. How does the electricity come from? And then when Obama was president, he shut down all these coal mines. I was watching this guy on YouTube that was going all around uh, in
Yeah,
that area of the country where the coal mines were, and it's just how
yeah,
devastating these beautiful lands are, and the people are been
yeah. But
devastated by the guy.
here,
That's all they knew how to do.
yeah, but here is the same thing. They wanted to force everyone to have electric cars by 2035. Nobody can afford electric cars. They will never
No,
come down in price. And one funny thing that happened about, and also where the how the electricity is made. Oh, we're going to make it from renewables. And about 6 years ago, I think it was the last time this happened, because it only happened once. The day that Denmark had a surplus of renewable of electricity made from renewables, the only day. But the Greens were like, "We did it! We made electricity over 100%." Yeah, but can you do it tomorrow? No.
well, the place that everyone, when you think oil, everyone, just stereotypically, everyone thinks Texas. That's where the oil is. It's like, but I was living in Texas when it magically got to 0 degrees, which it never does. But just magically, a month or two after Biden wins the election, somehow it got real cold all over Texas. And they say, well, that's just conspiracy theory. They can't control the weather. That's nonsense. It was very clearly, it was as clear as every time something comes out about
Mm.
Biden or his son, the
Yeah.
next day they put 47 charges against Trump. It's
Yeah,
happened.
and
It's like three or four times.
how how the Gretas and Klaus Schwab were always going on. We need to reduce CO2. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know what? I'm very convinced that there's actually a lack of CO2 in the air, because we've been having a lot of forest fires in Europe in the last few years, and the burned out area, it's not growing vegetation at any normal speed. It's very slow, and the only explanation I can find for that, there's no CO2 for the plants to synthesize their food.
Yeah, they
Didn't we
don't
just
say, they
adjust
say
the line for
CO2, but they don't want
10% on
people,
fire?
because they don't teach them in school. That's how trees and grass.
Yeah,
That's the way. What? How is that a poison gas? We've just got to, just think. Um, it's ridiculous. But
Mhm.
anyway, so
Paulo,
yeah,
did you
Hmm?
watch the Portuguese women's team play the U.S. World
no,
National?
no, I was working and we don't have a TV there, but I really didn't care. The interest in the Women's World Cup completely disappeared after we got taken out, proving that women's soccer doesn't work. And also, the only thing we've been talking about this week is the Pope coming to visit because of the World Youth Days, and it's Pope, 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 Pope.
Right, that makes
oh
sense.
yeah. I thought
Yeah,
it might have been volleyball or something. If you were talking,
I watched it. I was rooting
like,
for the for my what is it? My Mohinhas, my Mohinhas, my Mohinhas. What's women in Portuguese? Isn't it Mohinhas?
Mulherzinhas.
So yeah, I was rooting for the Portuguese women because for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but it's just women's soccer. I mean, one we had the European roller hockey championships, and that's what's actually important in Portugal. But there are only 4 countries in the world that actually like roller hockey, and it's Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Argentina.
But why aren't men interested in women's sports? What's something I don't understand. Why are men only interested in watching men play football or men play? Why aren't men interested in watching women play, and why aren't women interested in watching men play?
They're not as spectacular.
Yeah, it's not as competitive. It moves really slow. Watching that was the first Women's World Cup soccer that I'd ever watched before. So I expected it because of how they had, everybody says that they should be paid the same and that the US team of these ladies are like the greatest of all time. They don't play as well as 8th grade boys. I was watching them play, and my 8th grade team could have just beat these girls. Like not even the team, just how we played at recess was better, right? Paulo was better than these girls. So how we played at recess at 12 or 14 is superior to professional women's soccer players, the greatest in the world. So on top of that, women lack aggression in sports in the same way that men have aggression. So there's a lack of competition. So in this soccer game, girls bump into each other and foul each other and knock each other down all the time. They help each other right back up afterwards. Nobody gets angry. There's no retaliatory hitting going on. It's not as exciting. It's not as competitive. And there wasn't one standout player, Paulo. It wasn't like there was like one guy like a Wayne Gretzky or a Pele or something like that. Not at all. They were all the same level. They all played like 7th grade girls.
Yeah, they went with Megan Rapinoe just because she's a striker, but who cares?
She was terrible. I watched her play. They didn't put her into the last 10 minutes, and she looked subpar.
Yeah. Yeah, Man Bear Pig's talking about women's beach volleyball. Well, yes, I can understand that. But first, in volleyball, women jump, and when women jump in bikinis, we like to watch.
And women's MMA is good too. Now that's competitive. There are some women MMA out there that are amazing and really entertaining to watch. There's lots of women's sports, but the WNBA is not one of them. That as well. I've tried to watch the WNBA. It's a joke. They're so slow. It's so so unentertaining. It's just
a few years ago, somebody noticed that there were no women in Formula One. Yeah, there usually aren't. But the thing, if there's one thing that women can do as well as men, it's auto racing. The problem that women have into becoming competitive in auto racing is the same problem as men. You need to spend money. Auto racing is expensive. But we've had women winning races since the 1920s. So I mean, there was this Austrian-Hungarian hill climb racer, Elizabeth Eunuch. She was better than her husband, and they usually paired up. They sent 2 cars, and the wife got the faster car because she was better. There was this rally driver called Anne-Cécile Rosetier from France. She was the one that did all that set up, that tuned the car and made it competitive for her so that she could win rallies. Sterling Moss' sister Pat almost was a European rally champion. Michelle Bouton in 1980. She was runner-up in the World Rally Championship. So women can become competitive. The obstacles that women have to make it big in racing cars, it's the same as the men. Lack of money. If you don't know how to access sponsorship, and it's actually easier for women. We had a Portuguese driver in the 1990s, Pedro Lamy. He was the first one to score a point in Formula One. And then he couldn't stay in Formula One. He was not he was in one of the teams that had paid drivers. He couldn't keep getting money like that. So we went down to GT racing. When that happened, the advertising return that he did was only the second best in Portugal, the third best in Portugal, because there was one Portuguese Dakar driver that gave more return, but none of them All of them were like 1/3 of the best return, which was Dakar Rally truck driver Elizabeth Jacinto. She was sponsored by a medicine for period cramps. But she could, everyone, just because she was unique in being a woman driving a truck in the middle of the desert, that attracted attention. And she was not very competitive in the first years, but again, it doesn't really matter, because if you're a racer, everyone respects the guy who finishes last, or they always do. But
Something's happening.
okay.
Nice.
Yeah,
Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, we've been expecting that. We're all,
Really, I don't know anything about it. Just this blazing
yeah,
press, and something happens. We've got all these different things.
they used the Ukraine used the drone to take out one of the warships in the Black Sea.
Oh, so these are different camera shots that's supposedly going to show what Russia's about to do live, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, well, that should be entertaining. I'm sorry, I should talk about war as being entertaining, because people die. I'm sorry. My wife doesn't like it when I do that.
But you remember when Danica Patrick went to NASCAR, and all of a sudden everyone knew who Danica Patrick was?
Sure, I remember.
It's not that she was a bad driver. She was an average driver at the top level.
Who was the lady before? Dorothy Muldowney? I remember her. Dorothy Muldowney, is that the name?
Don't know her. I don't remember her.
She's a real famous lady driver in the 70s, I think.
The name sounds familiar to me.
Is it Shirley Muldowney?
Shirley Muldowney. I've heard that name.
Yeah, I think I've heard. Yeah. But at the time the best ones were in IndyCar, like Janet Guthrie. Janet Guthrie was the first woman to compete in Indianapolis 500 in 1976 or 77. But Danica Patrick, she made such a big splash by racing in NASCAR that she attracted all the sponsors. Whoa, we have a woman racing? She wasn't that bad. She won an IndyCar race once. She was pretty competitive in a Formula Ford in the UK. But she was never going to be a champion. You can tell when they're not going to be a champion, but she could finish regular. She had a hard time finishing regularly in the top 10. But when you get to NASCAR, you can still say that you're in the one of the top drivers. But still, yeah. The problem, it's actually easier to get sponsors if you're a woman, as long as women in auto racing are a rare commodity.
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering. So is there ever been a push to have an actual women's auto racing, to have just women drivers racing against women drivers instead of having it?
That happened a few times. Back in the 50s, if they had more 5 or 6 women entered in a Sports Car Club of America event, and those were amateur events. They did a ladies race.
Oh,
yeah, they usually needed 5 or 6 to make sure they had enough starters, because usually they entered with the men. No big deal. Around 2002, 2003, Mazda in the UK organized the Spec Series. All of them were racing the RX-8. It was called Formula Woman. Not much. And a few years ago, they tried creating a Formula 3 level competition just for women, and they ran out of money because they wanted to pay the women to race, but at that level, all the drivers bring sponsorship, or one of the big Formula 1 teams is already sponsoring you. So that thing was always going to run out of money, because they had the same problem as the Formula that soccer. The cars were painted in soccer teams' colors, and the Formula where all the cars were in country colors, because the organizer was paying for the drivers to race, and they ran out of money.
Paulo, have you ever watched a YouTube channel? I think it's called Rockford Speedway or Rockford Raceway. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
I think it's Rockford Speedway. So it's a YouTube channel. I watch it for a lot. And so I don't know what state it is, but I think they probably have races every week or every couple weeks. And the videos are really good. Now, they are public entry races. So you will have street drivers racing against other street drivers. Sometimes it's figure eight demo race. You understand what I'm
I
talking
love
about?
figure eight. Yeah, I love figure eight
Run
racing. Yeah.
into each other. Yeah. You should, it should pop up. You search it. Just look up Rockford Speedway or Rockford Speedway. It's pretty fun, man. It's entertaining. I watch it.
Yeah, it's in Illinois. Yeah, but it's not out of the ordinary for these short tracks to have races every weekend, because they have their local championships for less expensive cars, and people can build a car at home using a beater, an old beater.
It'll be people. It'll also be people like bringing their cars up from the parking lot. Like, I mean, they will actually take time out, and you'll see them lining up. It'll be people from the audience, not even like real racers, just like people they sign up, pay their money, bring their car, and then they wait in line and line them up. It'll be like a minivan against an El Camino or something. It's kind of fun.
Usually, even in four-banger stocks, they demand that the drivers install a roll cage in the car for safety.
I don't think they have them here. Maybe they. It doesn't look like it. Check when you see
the
videos.
But there are most tracks in the U.S. They demand that you at least have a roll cage. It's for insurance purposes.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't noticed.
Because even in
it's crazy.
You've heard of the 24 hours of lemons?
No, 24 hours of lemons.
Yeah, so you buy you can only spend $500. It was $500 10 years ago. I don't know. They were thinking about upping it to $1,000 because of inflation, but you could only spend $500 buying and preparing the car for racing. The only thing extra you could put in was security equipment, and they wouldn't let you race if they deemed the car unsafe. But you could do anything to the car, including putting a statue on top of it if you wanted. But even the drivers had to wear helmets, and they had to install roll cages for safety purposes. So it's
do they
normal.
Still do the gumball rally? Do they still do the gumball rally? I mean,
no. It usually gets stopped somewhere along the route because it's practically impossible to not bump into the police.
That's what I was thinking about too. Nowadays, it's different. Like you got to drive through a war zone.
Yeah,
these Lamborghinis flying through like Eastern Europe and stuff at 130 miles an hour.
No. It's not a war zone most places. The thing is, if you drive by a village and you run there's always a radar that activates a red light somewhere,
right?
Because the maximum speed is 30, and in some places it's even 25, just because you're going through the village. So you go through it, and ultimately the cops know, because once you start somewhere and they advertise where it's going to end, they know where it's going to go through, even if it spreads out. So they're going to set up barriers, and they stop you. They impound the cars. They give you a fine, and you can kiss your driver's license bye-bye.
I've been trying to find this footage. I have footage that I shot, but anyway, Texas Motor Speedway.
I'll be right back. Hang on, guys.
They would they'd have this Good Guys classic car show, and they let people with these 1950s and 60s cars just get on the actual racetrack. Slanted racetrack, and go around a few times, and it was so much fun to see these classic cars racing.
We do that in Europe. All of our classic car events, they have an entry fee for car clubs, and the car club is like 40 or 60 euros, and they let them take a lap around the circuit, because they also come in, spend money, that brings in people to watch. So it's always a good thing.
Yeah, I guess you've seen the footage from Cuba where everyone, just almost every car on the street is a 1950s car.
Yeah,
because that's interesting. But a lot of the cars, like they're prized possessions in the family. And
let me see if I can show. So there's this painting I have on the wall. Somebody gave it to me on some Christmas, and it's from cars in Cuba.
Some of the cars, though, there's only this much of the car that's original. They've rebuilt over the years, and they know how to do that because they just aren't getting any new cars from anywhere.
Okay, yeah, it's past 8 o'clock here. I gotta go have dinner.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Well,
all right.
Okay.
Take care.
If you decide to do a long one and you're still here in 1.5 hours, I'll probably come back.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I might
Yeah.
be. It's possible.
All
I'm
right.
just trying to
Okay,
take
no
advantage
problem.
of what I've got. This is my last unlimited day of Eastern Europe.
Okay, in that case, no problem. Okay, see you later.
Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Mastodon Comics and Music says, oops, meant to say local speedway. And he says, later, Paulo. All right. Well, let's see. It's a new comic a new old comic I just got. The Fantastic Creatures of Mars. I don't know anything about sports because sports were something that came on television on Saturday and Sunday afternoon when I wanted to watch a Godzilla movie or a Hammer horror movie. So I've never. Plus, my older brothers were about 10, 11 years older than me. And then they were taught all about sports, but by the time I came along years later, I was just like, nothing was taught to me. So I never really got into sports, but I would watch roller derby, and it's like I don't know, I just sports. If it is just something that never really got into. So I was one of those nerds that wasn't into sports. But there's I'll sometimes, if there's football, no, I won't get into it. This is a Dell comic from, where's my magnifying glass? Better be over there, man. Have you? Nice. Have you seen the teaser trailer for the new Toho Godzilla movie? I don't think so. Did it just come out? Here it is. This is 488, so it must be part of the four color series. 1953. I have a reprint of this that was done by Gold Key about 10 years later, but this is, and John Carter is something I dearly love, the Edgar Rice Burroughs books. So this is a happy, wonderful thing to add to the collection. What are people saying here? I've considered racing to be a sport. I mean, there's not really much athleticism involved in high speed driving. Yeah, it's a sport, but yeah, I mean, it requires reflexes and all that kind of stuff. might show these again on another like show that's actually recorded, not live, because I don't think many people are going to watch an hour and 2 hours into a live stream. So I'll show all this stuff again. You're just getting a preview of, and the books a lot of times will look better when you film that way. You can see they do the word balloon, and then the words are put in, and then there's space. That's something you don't often see where there's space left over.
Is that Adele? I'm back on audio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Dell. Tom Corbett.
That was interesting with the balloons. I hadn't seen that or noticed that in Adele before like that.
Yeah. The back almost, it kind of looks like EC for a second, the lettering and the spaceship. This is magnifying glass. January 1954, number 8, so it's not a 4-color. There's Space Academy.
Oh, that's cool. There were so many of those shows. Like there's Space Patrol, Space Academy, right?
Well, Space Patrol.
Tom Corbett.
There's Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, and Space Patrol, and then there was a Flash Gordon that I think was produced in Germany that had Steve Holland in it as Flash Gordon, the guy that was the model for Doc Savage and all the.
I remember those.
Those paperback covers. I think those were the 3 main live-action science fiction shows. The show Space Academy was a late 70s show, right? With Jonathan Harris in it, not acting quite as flamboyant.
Yeah, I think it was.
There was a spinoff from that called Jason of Star Command that I thought was superior because they had stop motion animation in it.
I think that was Sid and Marty Krofft, right?
No, it was Filmation.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Really? Did Jason of Star Command?
Pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
I
didn't know. I remember enjoying that show, though. I mean, it was good. Shit. Sorry.
Let's see. Never. Damn, I suck.
Yeah, he was talking about racing as being a sport or a pastime.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm showing. Yeah.
Yes.
These are fantastic. Says Mastodon. Yeah, they came this morning. I got them, and then I was watching the Saturday morning show, and Rod said he'd like to see a show with the Aurora kits, so I filmed the Aurora kits with the camera pointed the other direction, and it only went for about 39 minutes, and then I uploaded that show, and I'm recording the model kits while their show is playing in the background.
Oh,
and then I went on to do this live stream because this is my last day I'm trying to milk out the $25 worth. This friend of mine, unfortunately, he weighed 500 pounds, but when we go to these buffets, these like Furs cafeteria, he says, I got to get my money's worth because he paid like $12, $14. And it's just one plate after the other. Like
I remember
Animal House. It's like, I've got to get my money's worth.
I can remember, what was this, like maybe the earlier mid 90s that like all you can eat really became a thing. And I can remember like hometown buffet being a new thing here in California. And my cousin would be like, dude, okay, this is like low tier bacon, but you can get 30 slices, bro. And he would get like 30 slices of bacon on a plate and bring it to the table and just sit there for hours. We would sit there for 3 or 4 hours drinking coffee and just picking and going back and forth and just sit there talking. We're just gabbing.
Yeah, there was a place in I don't think it's a nationwide place, but it was called Ponchos in Texas, and it was a Mexican buffet, and they had this cool cartoon. Let me see if I can look it up. The cartoon guy that you get glasses with the guy on it, kind of like you get the glasses with the DC heroes on them.
Right.
But it was you'd go through a line and you'd get whatever you wanted, and then you'd sit down at the table and there'd be a little flag, and you'd raise the Mexican flag up, and then when you raised the flag up, the waitress would come and you tell, I want 6 more burritos and 12 more enchiladas or whatever.
Right.
And
That's
they
how that
come and bring it to you. And my older brother that I looked up to, he was in college and I was, like in 6th grade. He'd take me to this place and he was like Bluto Blutarski. He'd have stuff piled up. Of course, he later in life became very overweight. He had a knee injury, and then he was, man, that was, he was my oldest brother that went into the Army and later worked for
Sorry, man.
Homeland Security. It gets me every time.
Sorry.
But no, it's all right.
I'm in the middle of something, but it won't be going for much longer. Maybe one more of those will come through, but hopefully
I actually think it's hilarious. You don't have to apologize. What am I looking? Oh, I'm looking on YouTube instinctively, but that's not what I want. I want to go to Google and look up Poncho's Buffet.
So that place that we were talking about before, the theme Mexican restaurant in Denver on Colfax, that the guys from South Park have bought and are renovating. That place also had the flags at the table, so it was the same.
Yeah,
yeah. You would get you'd order your entrees, and you'd get a red tray. You'd go to your table, and your table would have a number and a little flag. And when you wanted things from your waitress, you would raise the flag, and she would come. But there was an all-you-can-eat place, like I mentioned it before, that was in San Antonio area called Po' Boys, and it was like that family style thing where you go to the table and then you order your meal, and then if you wanted more biscuits and gravy, it was an all-you-can-eat situation. So you could get like all-you-can-eat sides or that type of situation where you could just sit there and eat like scrambled eggs and biscuits and gravy for hours.
Yeah. I forget that you lived in Texas. Yeah. But yeah. So I guess
the food was always good. The food was all good too. It was pretty good.
Well, the food at Poncho's Buffet may not have been, genuinely great Mexican cuisine. In fact, I took my wife and a friend of my wife years ago to Poncho's. They laughed hysterically through the whole meal. They just thought it was so funny, just the whole place, because it's like this kind of food that kind of looks like that.
Yes, it looks like banquet dinners. It looks like frozen banquet dinners, kind of like not real Mexican food. Yeah,
but it was cheap, and here's the picture of the little flag with the little guy I was telling you about.
It's just awesome. Yep.
I'd kill to have one of these flags. I wonder if you can get them on eBay. There's someone raising the flag, Mexican flag. The actual Mexican flag has like an eagle, I think, with a snake in its mouth. But the flag at Poncho's has a guy that's been through the buffet line a few more times. I don't know if they still do that. Oh my gosh.
Not.
Rat Black Stycast says, I love buffets, don't we all?
Yep. What's up, Rat Black?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, okay. In the beginning here in the 70s, they called them smorgasbords. You ever heard that term before, smorgasbord?
Yeah, there was a place, the only place I went to called a smorgasbord was a German restaurant, and it was called, what was that called, man? We went there like almost every week when I was a little kid. It was called King's Table Smorgasbord. And there was a German lady that was always working there that would come to our table and she'd say, everything's okay. And I just remember that was like my catchphrase, everything's okay. That was fantastic. There's a Mystery in Space, number 62.
That's a great cover.
Sometimes it pays just to ask Kevin, do you have any Mystery in Space? And this was like out where the customer, not behind the counter, but out where, in other words, thousands of people have come through and just ignored this comic.
Yeah, I remember that. He said it's just in the back issue bin right
because
there.
it has an orange price tag, and that's his the ancient price tag.
Yeah, he said like 5 years ago or 4 years ago he priced that, and it's just
how the heck?
How could you pass
people
over that?
just ignore this book?
I know.
Sometimes you just wonder, you question people's sanity.
So I even talked to Kevin about doing what you just said, but I ended up having enough things in this past order that I didn't feel like I needed to add any more stuff. But that's definitely an idea that I have, where I'm going to go through certain titles and ask him just to look and see what he's got and see if there's, just like this.
This is the main flaw right here, which I guess I can
there
carefully push back up. Which always run the risk of something a little thinner, like this Something Weird advertisement. So yeah.
I only have a couple Something Weird VHS. I don't have much. I was thinking of looking and seeing what kind of models I have too.
Built up models?
I only have a couple that are, all my built up stuff is back in the boxes. So because I was just moving, right? So everything is boxed right now.
Yeah.
But hearing Kevin talking about it maybe yesterday or the day before, and it's made me want to build models again. And it's a fun idea for a video. I still think it would be fun, just like making art also. Like at the beginning of when I started my old YouTube channel, which is still the same YouTube channel, I just changed the name. Remember how I told you I was doing different stuff and I was live streaming? Because back in the old days, talking like 4 or 5 years ago, you didn't need to have 1,000 subscribers to live stream on YouTube. You know that, right? Like my idea was I was live streaming myself while I was out in the water surfing, and that was I really wanted to do that. And then I did other live streaming of mundane activities and also painting. Like I started a painting that I never finished, and then also I also started a model. I was building that the Dracula coach or whatever it's called. It's up in here. It's partially built now. But I made a couple of videos of all of that stuff, but then I deleted all of it. But I'd like to go back to doing that. Like, if not live, then at least like, in increments of painting or drawing or making models or doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I got commissioned to do a painting and I started it and I worked real furiously for half a day, and my wife loves it. And so if someone loves it, it makes me real hesitant to change it. So I'm trying to look at it and give it some time before I don't want to F it up, because she thinks it's great as it is, but it's not a finished painting to me, although maybe it could be. I mean, but I kind of feel like I need to build the engine up, but I need to maybe practice that on a piece of paper first, because I'm not that good at anything, but I'm better at drawing monsters or living things than mechanical things. And I'm the same way with model kits. I can paint up a monster model, but then I have something that has to be like a car where the paint has to be perfect. I'm not as good at that. I know that you primer it, then you spray paint it, but I'm still just not that skilled at that. I'm not comfortable with that. So I'm better off with, like, I've got a Brother Rhett Fink model kit, but I never made the little motorcycle that he's supposed to be on. I just have him standing there. Because I just didn't, it was just looked too delicate. And so that's just always the way it's been. So I've got to practice that. So I don't know.
Do you have the ability to, do you have a printer, like where you could take a picture of the painting as it is now and then make a copy of it and then draw over that, then ink over the top of that and give yourself an idea? You understand what I'm saying? Like, to give yourself an idea.
Yeah. I mean, I'll the printer, that's a sore spot, because I never could figure out how to make this new printer my wife got work to get it aligned.
Yeah, I know.
But Bob Hope's in this public service announcement ad.
Great.
The golden rule.
Well, I've seen the painting. I think it looks great, but I'm sure that if you just look at more reference material, you should come to an idea of what you want the engines to look like, and you can just use reference material.
Yeah,
pick one that looks the right size.
Either reference material from Big Daddy Roth, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Designs, or just looking at the model kit.
Exactly. Yep. Either one. When I last saw it, it looked great. It looks exactly what it, as described, what he requested is what it looks like, and it looks good.
Yeah, I want to make it a little better, and then I'll get it off to him. But I was thinking I would film myself painting it, but the logistics in that are not as easy as you'd think.
Well, you need to have a good tripod set up. You need to have, if you have
but if you're sitting there painting in your shorts, and it's like, no one wants to see my hairy legs, and because you don't want to get paint on your pants, so you're kind of dressed down a bit.
I was thinking more that if you have a tripod, you could orient the phone or the camera between you and the painting, and so then you're not even seeing you; you're just seeing your hand and the surface and the action. And your voice, you're talking, you're narrating while you're painting.
Yeah, it's interesting the way that people in Europe have a whole different perspective of what's going on in the Ukraine. They think it's all Germany's fault. That's like, somehow that's not how I've looked at it, but I could be completely wrong. I don't know. It looks to me like it's something that started because Biden seemed weak, because how he pulled the troops out, and that was a ridiculous, embarrassing thing, leaving all that equipment there. So it's just, people think, they're weak, just like we were talking about people that mug people. If you look weak and you get a compromised president in that's looks like they're not going to do anything, then people act on, so now's our chance. This looks like Chia Pet kind of things.
Yeah, it is. First gen Chia Pet. It's crazy.
Well, let me put that Blazing Press back on. I didn't want to play it too loud because you get, man, I don't know anything about sports, so I can't really get into that conversation. And I don't know much about really anything. I don't know much. It's like all that stuff about that lady that wrote Daredevil. I don't know that time period. I was just doing different things, I guess, then. Usually this guy doesn't live stream on YouTube because he's gun shy with YouTube. Usually he's over on Rumble. This guy Blazing Press. But he's real good when things are going bad somewhere. He'll like during that summer when all those riots were happening that were mostly peaceful, he would find all these live streams from everywhere, and then he'd have a screen with like 15 different views, and you could watch what's going on.
Right.
And see, that's what he's done here.
Yeah, I'm going over to. I used to watch a channel just like that called Gloom Tube that used to aggregate. Yeah, it was called Gloom Tube, and he would aggregate riot footage and live streams. He's aggregating live streams of all of all different formats and putting them onto YouTube, so we could watch all different angles of like the Battle of Berkeley and that sort of thing when it was happening.
Yeah. Anyway, these books are so much fun.
Blazing, what was his name? Blazing what?
Blazing Press.
Okay.
He's more now a presence more on Rumble. He's a religious guy. He's kind of a doomsayer. I mean, he can scare the heck out of you and make you think the world's going to end tonight.
He's got 4 channels.
And it hasn't ended yet. But so my wife doesn't like him as much anymore because he's, he start that summer when everything was going bad. You think, well, is it going to come into the suburbs where we're at?
See this feed here. There's sound here, so this is the next blast.
Now, question is, hey Siri, what time is it in the Ukraine?
In Kyiv, Ukraine, it's 10:32 p.m.
Oh, so it's going to be dark for quite a while over in where they're at, and so it's just going to be these dark views until and I guess is that when usually the attack is during the night hours? Is that?
Yeah. Yeah, if you look on the upper right of some of the feeds, you'll see the date and then you'll see the time in real time. It'll say 22:32.
Yeah,
right there.
I guess
Another
I can kind of
21:31. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's 10
August 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, military time 22:32 and 40 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. If I was watching this on a big screen TV, that would be much more obvious.
But yeah, most everything happens at night.
You were watching Horror Mike last night, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
I discovered that a couple of weeks ago, or a week and a half, or 2 weeks ago, that Channel 8 in San Diego had put up footage. Like they found their report from every year and they put it all in order for their coverage of that.
I hadn't seen it until last night. It was really good.
Yeah, I haven't really watched Horror Mike's feed. Really, I mean, I had it going, but I had to have the sound down because we were eating and stuff. But yeah, that footage I very carefully edited out the modern guy that was hosting in between and got all of that footage because that was great footage. Anyway,
yeah, it was. Did you see the footage of there's a little clip? I mean, it's only a couple seconds, but there's a kid who looks like he's making a purchase and putting the comic inside of a briefcase. Did you see it? It's in the early footage of like it's like the 75 convention or 79, but there's a kid who looks like a stereotypical 12-year-old just like us, and he had a briefcase with him and it looked like he was putting the comics that he was buying at the convention inside of his own personal briefcase, kind of like handcuffed to his wrist like that.
Oh, well, that's actually kind of smart, I guess. Anyway, I saw this particular comic in one of those clips last night. That's what made me think of it.
Too. I noticed it as well. The beautiful comic.
That's not what the Alamo looked like back then. At the time of the battle, this whole top part was blown off. It was a complete wreck for many, many decades. And then they built that up, I think, in the 20th century, this rounded part. But for many years, it was kind of leveled down to about here, and it didn't have a roof. The John Wayne movie was more accurate. But when I was a kid, I thought how's that the Alamo? It's got the top part blown off. I thought that they were inaccurate in the John Wayne movie, but they weren't. That's
You know, I kind of think that movie isn't really that good, to be honest, by
no, it
comparison.
isn't.
To other
You're right.
John
It
Wayne
isn't.
movies.
It's the set though was pretty cool.
Right.
I think, but it kind of is still there. I think in the middle of nowhere where they filmed that.
Oh wow, I didn't know
The
that.
Anyway, yeah, because it was. Didn't John Wayne direct it?
Yeah, I think he did.
Sometimes when a movie star directs a movie, it's not. And if he puts himself in as Davy Crockett, and he doesn't look like Davy Crockett. I mean, but then who knows what Davy Crockett really looked like? I mean, we picture Davy Crockett looking like the '50s TV show. But
Yes.
speaking of John Wayne, here's a John Wayne comic.
That's great.
It's got a little damage here on the back. That's about it.
My dad flew John Wayne a couple times. He knew John Wayne, and just because of who they were friends with. My dad was a personal pilot for Ronald Reagan for a long time, and so these are the type of guys that would fly in my dad's helicopter. Would be John Wayne and Ronald Reagan, and
Cool.
Seriously.
Having lived in San Antonio, doesn't that remind you of the Jim's Coffee Shop mascot?
Yeah, it's so cool.
Okay, now here, this is Frank Frazetta art.
I love that, man.
I wonder if, there's John Wayne drawn by Frank Frazetta. I wonder if these books have been reprinted in any way, Guandanaland or, someone a little more official like PS Art Books. It would be nice if this story was available. It's John Wayne and Murder Will Out, and that's the Frazetta story. I think that's the only, I think I had read, I'm just looking at these books for the first time. I got them this morning. It's a Harvey Kurtzman story.
Oh, this is great.
So it's like
Kevin today. I've never looked at one of these John Waynes before ever. I didn't know Frazetta was in there. I'm stoked about that.
Hot Shot Pete. Yeah, this is it's interesting. It's got a text piece, and then here's a humor story. And then this is a John Wayne story done by a different artist. It's not bad art. It just doesn't. It's clearly not Frazetta. So something I've done since I was a little kid. I start at the back of the book and go forward. So I probably was a Japanese in a previous life. I don't know why I do that. Just kind of flipping through it. This oh my gosh, look at that clown.
Look at that clown. That was great.
Yeah. Here's the Dude Ranch again. And then this story seems, there's very good art. There's another Harvey Kurtzman story on the inside. This artist is
how's that
good
book
too.
smell? Does it smell like how's it smell?
I'm not really smelling it, but it could be.
No. Sometimes a book like that smells like the inside of your grandmother's closet. Like it smells like moth.
It doesn't have an I've got some Beatles magazines here that if I pulled them out, you'd smell them where you're at. I don't know why it's not really a pleasant smell. Something about, because man, what was that? The guy that hasn't been Has he been on? Like, what's his name? The guy with, I don't think he has red hair, but I always think of him as having red hair. He has a red curtain behind him. He's like the guy that collects romance books, and he has a beard, and he also he does new comics, like he started boy comics. Oh, he's like continuing the run of boy comics. Do you know that guy? He's been on Four Color Fossils, and
No, I can't think of who you're talking about. Devil
it's like,
Flyer, is that it?
what's the name?
Devil Flyer?
No. He would come on Four Color Fossils, and he was lying on a couch or something. It looked like he was in a coffin at his
I know who
funeral.
you're talking about. Yeah, he has good taste. He
Yeah.
he did a series of videos on the complete run of the Warlord.
But he
filmed
got
them
real
inside his
sick
house,
from buying a
right?
bunch of romance comics, and they
Yeah.
had this horrible smell that I guess affected his lungs. So,
I don't know
so that's why I was kind of hesitant to get too close to.
Hang on.
I can't remember, but sometimes people have names where I know the guy, but I don't know if he's put anything up lately because I haven't got any notifications. And sometimes when people just have a name, comic collector, it's just like I get them all mixed up.
I know what you're saying. I totally know what you're saying, and I haven't seen any videos from him in a while, but you're right. It can be really confusing.
Someone watching, well, there's only 8 people watching. I would think someone would know his name. Let's see. You can still live stream, just not from mobile. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, you're right, Mastodon. You are correct.
Oh, I didn't know that. Then why not
He's
just
right
do
about
Four
that.
Color Fossils directly from a computer?
So the one that I've heard about that I see people using nowadays is called Prism. And Prism, to me, looks like it's superior to Streamlabs as far as a mobile streaming app goes. I'm just waiting to get my new phone. Maybe I always say every week I say I'm going to fix my car and get a new phone, but I always put it off. I'm the master procrastinator. But that's my plan is once I get my new phone and it's the brand new whatever, the S23 Galaxy or whatever. Right now I use an S8. So I'm like 17 generations behind. But
Here's John Carter punching out a Martian hippie.
that is so good, man.
Those were these plant creatures from the gods of Mars.
Yeah, what are they called? They were the plant men?
Oh man. That started with TH. No, it didn't.
I thought they were just the plant men of Mars.
They had a name.
Where's the thing? Where's my Barsoom encyclopedia when I need it? So I really like this guy, Jesse Marsh. So at the beginning, like 10 years ago, I wouldn't have appreciated this man's art right here. And so I thought Joe Kubert or Bern Hogarth were the best Tarzan artists. And then I discovered this guy's art, and I really like the way he draws women, like that back cover. See what he's doing? There's good girl. There's sexuality there, right? But it's kind of undercover.
This is not you don't normally see a pose where someone's looking back around. You don't see that very often ever in comics. I don't remember it.
So his panel work, a lot of the time, it looks like he's drawing from photographs or life models, and it looks like he's using a girl. Like, to me, it looks like he's using a live female model to pose for a lot of this stuff, or maybe a guy to be Tarzan or something.
Okay, so he's predominantly, you know him from Tarzan books, huh?
That's the only stuff I know that he really did was what the books you're looking at, the John Carter stuff and the Tarzan.
So he was doing Tarzan for Dell in the 50s?
Yeah, for the 40s and the 50s. He was the only artist. He was the main Tarzan artist from all of time of Dell, like 40s.
And then
50s.
when Gold Key took over from Dell,
Russ Manning
had Russ Manning, right?
Right, and Russ Manning had been doing the Brothers of the Spear as the backup story in Tarzan for years.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy is great. I mean, just as a kid, you'd look at his art and Russ Manning's, and you would like Russ Manning more,
Exactly.
but you can appreciate it. This the way he draws the Tars Tarkus reminds me. What's the conservative frog? Pepe the Frog.
Yeah, he looks like a Pepe, and then Cecil or Beanie or Cecil. Looks like Cecil, that's the sea serpent.
That's so funny. All the things that AJ would say about um, the tap water, drinking tap water or the water turns the frogs into G.
Atrazine. Atrazine in the water.
Yeah, and so everyone's made fun of him for years for that, and then RFK Jr. like says it, and they're like horrified. Oh my, one of us is saying it now, and it's apparently actually true. But that guy, David Hogg, that little kid that remember when they had that shooting?
Yeah, I
And he
remember.
said, I was at home that day. And so I got on my bike and I rode to the. It's like his story didn't even make sense. Was he in the school when that happened? Or was he at home and then he got on his bike and he rode there and then he went into the school and hid down under the lab counter in a science class? It's like, why did you go? If you're at home that day, why did you go into that situation? It never made any sense. It's obviously a bunch of BS, but he became the spokesperson, and he says, that's just ridiculous what Jones says. First of all, I think that the G people are awesome, and so it shouldn't be a problem. And then he said, and it's funny how right after he said that, he had a commercial for water filters. Interesting. You know, they always do that new generation of kids. They always look up like they're thinking, So anyway, of course, AJ plays that clip all the time on his show. This is the end of the hall, as people call it.
Currently, I really
isn't Jesse
dislike.
Marsh, is it?
No, I don't think so. No, it's not. I really dislike how they use the word vibe right now. Have you heard that? How they say it's a vibe.
Vibe.
It's a slang right now.
Yeah, and then sick is being used by the 20-somethings to mean something great.
Yeah, I've been
trying to remember if maybe wasn't that like when we were like in elementary school, wasn't sick used that way too?
Yeah, it was, and my kids were using it 10 years ago that way. They use sick the same way as we used to use bad, like in the 80s, and then we used sick.
Bad was 80s, yeah.
Sick in the 70s maybe, but my kids say sick. That's why I say it.
You know, was tough a word when we were kids, or is that no? That's more a 60s thing.
What is it?
Tough, like that bike is real tough.
Yeah, no, we used to say boss. Remember, you'd say that's boss.
Boss was maybe in California they did, not where I was at in Texas, but I mean I saw boss being used in the 60s books, like there's a bike ad that used to be in DC where they're saying that bike is real boss. And
so we used to say boss.
American Graffiti, Mackenzie Phillips, didn't she say, don't you think the Beach Boys are boss?
Oh yeah, she does.
You would, you grungy little twerp.
That's right.
Rock and roll's been going downhill ever since Buddy Holly died. I got that whole movie memorized.
John Milner, yep. Classic John Milner.
Man, you see him now. Paul Lamette looks like a mountain man. He's got this big beard. You wouldn't recognize him as the character. Well, I was digging through magazines yesterday and I found the first issue of Monster Bash. Apparently, I bought it.
Oh wow!
And Kevin was saying that's quite a find. Apparently, this is a rare book. It's like one of the only ones that I guess they don't offer in their ad. Uh-oh. He's saying, oh my gosh.
Okay, so we got some more drone tank.
What's happening? Turn mine off.
Whoever that was, thank you for showing that or sharing that.
Oh, it's just nothing.
Sounds almost like a Russian dude here with the name there, right? Okay, so here's the actual video.
Do you ever watch this guy?
Posted a
I
few
think his
hours
channel is
ago
called Smoke and
of
Scan. I was
one of
watching
those
him last night.
drones
I
that we were
watched him for
talking
a long
about.
time.
It looks like
Hold on, let me
it's,
turn the
headed
sound down
toward
so I can hear you. What's it called now?
It's called Smoke and Scan. Smoke and Scan. And this is a guy that does live streams just about every night. And he does this, but he aggregates live broadcasts within the city of Los Angeles, within like Orange County, LA, where he lives, and he monitors and plays live police scanners in real time. And he'll like the videos will be titled like last night was the Friday Night Crime Wave. And he comes on at about 10 p.m. California time, and then he goes to like 2 or 3 in the morning, and he jumps from camera to camera on from the police helicopters to wherever, to stringers that are following cops, to the scanners, and he just does a live stream. He sits there and he smokes pot and monitors the police scanners.
That's on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's live every night.
There's a PS Art Books thing that just has stories from random books.
Oh man, that looks great. I've never seen that.
It's not a particular book. I mean, there is a comic called Atom Age Combat, but it doesn't reprint a bunch of them. It's just stuff from there's a cover from that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's from other stuff too. Strange Planets. Yeah. It's like a Jack Davis story here. There's the moon monster.
Is this something new that you got from Kevin recently?
Yeah, I was trying to take advantage of his sale. And then with that book, I am.
Did you get your Man Thing?
No. I'm going to be getting things from him until probably Christmas. I've got piles of giant piles. I think he has one Man Thing, and then he's going to have to order one for either you or for me. Is my impression. But he says they're easily available. Where's the other book I just brought up? Oh man.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people posting pictures of it on Instagram recently, and mine is on the way. I think he mailed it yesterday, so it should be here probably Monday or Tuesday, I guess. Probably Monday.
Yeah.
I got one of those.
If he mailed it then and he showed it on Wednesday night, then he must have another one that.
Well, he
I
mailed
think he
that.
had one. Oh, he had one that he ordered, and he had one that was his personal one that he was keeping. But I think he said he would sell that. So that's what it is. So that's why he still had one on Wednesday night. This is this Herb Trimpe book.
That's cool. I always liked his art on the Hulk. He was one of the earliest Hulk artists that, like, maybe he was working monthly on the Hulk when I first started buying Hulk, right, in the 70s. You know what I'm talking about? 25-cent era. So I liked him. I liked how he drew Hulk.
Yeah. I think there was a time when I was as a kid, where I didn't like him as much, but then I realized I was out of my mind.
I think he did the art in the Aurora. Didn't he do the art in the Aurora Comic Scenes comic? And so that would explain why I liked his art, because I read that over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he came in right after Maurice Severin. And where is that from, man? Hold on, what is this from? Oh, this must have been in an 1970 issue of Esquire magazine. they had a feature on Gloria Steinem, and they had this Superwoman page. That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he did the parody of Night Gallery in Spoof magazine. Nut Gallery.
I still need to pick up Spoof. I don't have either of those 2 issues of Spoof. I guess there's only 2 issues. Is that true? Those are more. I don't have any of them. I need to get Spoof.
First issue had Barnabas Collins. Second issue had All in the Family. Third issue, I think, had Rod Serling on the cover. And then there was a fourth issue. Well, wait. Maybe the second issue had David Cassidy being sworn in as president. So that's 2. Then there was one with Night Gallery. There was one with Blackula on the cover. And so maybe there's just 4 issues. There might be 5. I'll look that up in a second.
What kind of policies would David Cassidy have had? How would things have been different if Keith Partridge had been elevated to the highest office in the nation?
I don't know. Yeah, you kind of forget he did this cover. I heard someone knocking this cover, saying it's really a crummy cover. If you look at it, they were making fun of the way the Wendigo in the background has kind of got his fist up like, you kids get off my lawn. That's some guy on YouTube. But I mean, it's a great cover. It's not a book I'll ever be able to afford. Oh, was that him? This period of comics I wasn't interested in at all. I guess that's his artwork. I issue 251 of Iron Man. What would that be? The 90s? Oh, he did the Shogun Warriors cover for number 1.
Yeah, I think he did the interior too. I remember those; they were good.
Okay.
I liked Shogun Warriors.
Yeah, I have that comic. Oh, I need to look that channel up you're telling me about. Smoke and what?
Smoke and Scan. You know what else he does that's interesting is during the daytime, during the week, he'll stream the LA County, the city council meetings. Yeah, that's him right there. He'll stream live the city council meetings. So you'll see like crazy people get up and say stuff at the podium and start yelling and shouting, angry Democrats yelling at other Democrats, calling them racists and stuff. It's pretty entertaining.
Oh,
He's
wow.
on our side. He's on our side politically.
They give you a warning. This content may be inappropriate for some users. So, of course, you continue. Okay. So he went for like almost 6 hours last night.
Yep, that's him right there. Exactly. Yep. That's what I was watching last night. I fell asleep on the couch watching that guy.
Oh, this is a wonderful new discovery.
And like I said, he politically aligns with us, and he happens to live. He's like a lifelong Orange County resident, is who he is. And he has like about 10 police scanners hooked up in his living room, and a bunch of cameras and a bunch of equipment, and a professional radio soundboard, because he does gags. He'll play, you know, he'll play clips. There's a shooting on Figueroa, and he'll play a couple gunshot clips go off, and you know, he has fun with it.
Oh, that's cool. Let's see, the Memory Crypt of Castle Hills just put up a video about seeing Stevie Ray Vaughan in 1985.
I enjoy those videos. I like when he talks about his experiences.
Yeah, he's diversified now into talking about records and concerts and
sports
there's just a limited amount that you can talk about with just comic books. I mean, that's why I thought I was like going, even though I don't know much about that era of car racing, when Apollo came on and just went on about cars, I thought that's great. As long as someone's enthusiastic about something.
I feel the same way. I don't know that much about that era, about racing, period, but I do like old cars. I enjoyed those periodicals, those books that he showed the other day. I like old car stuff a lot.
Yeah, I mean, to me, old cars are like the 60s and 50s, but yeah, I'll that entertains me when someone's talking about something that's fascinating to them that makes them smile.
Exactly.
That's why, it's great. I just think it's show what you like, and Micah's always cool with that.
Yes.
But when I one of the things that chapped me was one time I was showing a Transformers comic where this monster's got this big truck that says BlackRock on the side, and I said, what is the deal with how was BlackRock on the cover of this Marvel comic? And I went on telling about how BlackRock owns everything, and one of the big people in the comic community just put in the chat, "Stick to talking about comics, for fuck's sake." It actually said FFS, and I had to ask my wife, "What does FFS mean?" It's like, oh shoot, well, I always liked that guy. It's like,
was that on your stream or on my?
oh no, I don't think that guy watches me. It was on Micah's stream.
Oh, okay.
It's just like, okay, well, I am.
Well, Micah has always been gracious, and I mean that's always been part of the thing. Like one time, I'm kind of crazy, and so I do I do goofy stuff. I don't talk about comics at all on a regular basis. I'm a toy guy, but I'm also a memory guy, and I'm kind of I consider myself an artist. And one time I made a video just telling a story about a stripper that I knew.
Oh,
And
that was great when he let you draw that. You drew it on live on the show, right? Or was that a film?
Well, I made it like the night before, and I was really happy about it. And I thought that I really thought that you guys would like it. I thought that Micah would appreciate it. So I sent him the video, and I said, "Hey, what do you think? Could my appearance today on the show this afternoon, could it be this video?" And he responds with, "I watched the video and I really like it. Do you mind if I clean it up and edit out all of the ums and a few of the make it more concise and tighter?" And I was like, my God, sure. And the show was like 4 hours later, and Micah did it in probably 20 minutes or a half hour. I don't know. And he sends me the video and says, "All right, I edited it," and he made it way much better. And then it ended up being on the show and people liked it. And it wasn't about comics at all. It was kind of, you saw it, but
well, he's all about drawing and artwork.
Yeah. But I appreciate that you liked it. And I couldn't have done that anywhere else but on Micah's show on Four Color Fossils.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just consider it all part of one big culture, just I don't I just talk about what goes through my head. It's weird that you have to get nervous about talking about certain subjects because somehow the rug got pulled out from under you with what you thought the country was. And it's like, then I have to question everything I've ever been taught and ever thought in my life. Except one thing I can say is that it builds up your faith because you see how satanically evil these people are. And then you realize, well, if evil exists, then pure good has to exist. And it just
Oh shit. So 16 minutes.
What's the matter?
I have about 16 minutes before I have to go, but I'm going to come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How long are you going for? How long? Because I don't know how long I'm going to be on, but
I'll only be on for like 10 minutes.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
just
I'll
have to
put
run downstairs, and I need to go to the store, and it'll be like 10 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool. I'll still be on probably. I wouldn't think I'll probably stay. But, gotta refill my water. I lost a subscriber and I just gained a subscriber back.
Hey, there you go.
But I can't get past 588. That seems like the ceiling.
Mine has been going really slow. I mean, I haven't been making a lot of videos and not making the kind of videos that might gain subscribers, I guess, if I focused, but it's been slow recently.
Yeah.
I'm about 30 behind you. I'm 552 right now, and it took a long time for me to get to 550. Like, it goes up and down. I think I was at 553 a couple days ago, so I lost.
Oh, you have a new video I haven't seen that you put up about a day ago, 22 hours ago.
Shitty little video.
Unmasked the Batman and Drifter something. And Drifter motorcycle.
Yeah, I did that yesterday or day before, I forget.
What is that? Which Batman movie is that from? Is that from a movie?
Yeah, it's from the newest movie, The Batman.
Oh, okay. I haven't yet watched the whole movie.
I haven't either. I just have the motorcycle and the action figure.
I don't know why I didn't get a notification about that. I keep checking to see if people have put new things up, and because it seems like a lot of people have kind of just disappeared or haven't done anything in weeks.
There does seem to be a lull right now. Things are kind of slow, I guess, maybe a little bit in YouTube.
This Higgy Pop seems to get things up like almost daily.
Yeah, he's very prolific. Yeah, he is. He makes quality stuff. I enjoy his videos.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the Comic Collector Geek in a while. He's still doing his stuff. I saw he had a live stream going either today or yesterday, I forget, but I just haven't stopped in and watched.
Let me see. The Comic Book Palace had a new episode up.
I saw that too. I haven't watched it yet, but I noticed that came up as well. I enjoy that show.
He does one every, I think, Tuesday, where he basically makes fun of all the new books that are coming out, usually. Let's see. Oh. Let's see what's going on with well, let's see, 10 people watching. Anyone want to come on? I'll put the link in the chat. I'm just hanging out.
The vaccine, even though it is the greatest miracle that's ever graced God's green earth, is actually for the stupid people like the Democrats that are dumb enough to take it. Not you good people out there that are on Trump's team.
You're saying things that are not approved.
It was warp speed. Warp speed.
I better shut that down. I'll get in trouble for what he's saying, because he'll probably pull this feed off of YouTube as soon as he's finished. Kevin is here from Gotham City Comics. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, that's Donna Lauren, the Dr. Pepper girl. What episode is that?
Let me see. 8.
8. Okay, you're getting up there. Oh, you're switching discs out.
I've gotten more of those, but I got
This is the TV show that I've created, and I think Kevin has the complete set, maybe except for the latest one I did. Sounds like you're busy.
Yeah. I'm all over the place.
Did you get your box today?
Yeah, I just was showing the stuff that was in it. I'll probably show it on the next episode too, when it.
Right.
When did I send that?
Oh yeah. That's fantastic. I don't know if
I think Monday.
hearing you say the name out loud.
You're Monday or Tuesday?
Tuesday, because Monday he doesn't come. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One cover. Yeah, like my favorite one, and maybe one day, 50 years from now.
What is this now? The Vampirella thing on the cover.
New series.
The new series that has good artwork in it. Written by Sarah Frazetta. Oh, okay. Well, does she have any writing? I mean, I guess she's got the name, but what does it look? What does she look like on that cover? Let me see how they drew her. I guess that's a decent enough illustration. As long as she doesn't have pointy ears. Anything interesting in this new previews? Looks like manga art. That doesn't, and there's no word. Maybe that's before they put in the word balloons.
Yeah,
That's not the Vampirella. That's for a different generation. That's not the.
Well, people are only buying them for the covers.
Yeah, I'd rather not be one of those people. I've done it a few times, but that's not a. That's like looking at a photograph of food on Facebook. You know, someone goes to a restaurant. Look at what I'm eating for dinner. And it's like I'd rather eat the food.
Well, you got these NFT collectors that they just.
What does that mean?
They collect pictures on their phone.
NFT are those?
Yeah, you wouldn't
I
understand.
think I know what you're talking about. They're like individual pictures that they sell.
It's a picture on your phone that you paid a bunch of money for, and I can just screenshot it and have the same picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's like a trick. Like when they made people pay for those little circular pieces of cardboard called pogs.
Well, it's like a pyramid scheme. Remember Ponzi schemes?
Yeah.
And the guy, you can make money selling them, but the last guy holding it, he's the guy that's screwed.
Yeah.
The
Is
last
that
I heard
something
in
they
the bag.
sell through previews?
Oh, NFTs? Everybody sells them. DC sells them. Todd McFarlane sells them.
Oh wow. So they're selling you air. I mean, they're selling you something that doesn't exist.
They're selling you canned air, yeah. Like Spaceballs, canned air.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's easier than pet rocks because pet rocks you'd have to pay to ship rocks across the country to stores, and then now you can just sell something that you can just send electronically to someone. Oh, they're just conditioning people to be these slaves to Klaus Schwab that own nothing and live in
Well, I
a
mean,
little
if you're living in a container, shipping
right. They
container,
want you to live
you
in
have
a
to
little
wait for
train
everything.
car container and live in with your virtual reality goggles on and they're trying to do away with cash where you have they're just basically going right from the book of Revelations, make you have to scan your wrist to buy some things. And then people aren't going to be laughing at the Amish anymore. That's a cool cover. Is that
That's a great cover.
yeah, who did this cover?
That's Tom Bunk. You know him from Mad Magazine and Garbage Pail Kids.
Well, I probably have seen his art, but he's one of the newer
No,
Mad artists.
no, he's been around for a long time. I think he's like around 80 years old.
Tom Bunk?
Yeah.
When did he start with Mad? Let me look him up online here.
I mean, he was there I'm not as old as you, but he was there when I was a kid.
Tom Bunk. Um, yeah, he was born in 1945.
Yep. What did it say on there?
Well, it looks like he turned to cartooning and contributed to Underground Comics in 1976. And he was in a European comic magazine. Oh, he was working for Raw in 1983. And then he drew Topps trading cards, including Wacky Packages and Garbage Pail Kids. In 1990, he became a regular Mad cartoonist. His contributions have led some to regard him as the modern-day replacement at Mad for Will Elder. Okay, by 1990, I was pretty much that was pretty much I wasn't reading Mad at that point.
1990. That was probably that was my prime time for Mad. Maybe no.
Okay, my prime time for Mad would be the early 70s, early to mid 70s, and then I was also reading the reprints of the stuff from the 60s. So
I think by 1990, I might have already been reading for 5 years, man.
Yeah. So it's just difference in yeah. Wasn't Raw Gary Panter's publication? Yeah, I think he was the guy that put it out. I just have a few. I have a big treasury-sized Raw, and then I've got a few that were done like the size of a digest. What is this?
He was doing Garbage Pail Kids in '86.
Okay.
They needed to hire someone to help John Pound because he had so many cards to paint. Because they only had one artist, so they needed somebody else, so they got Tom Bunk. He was the second artist.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
So '86, I was buying these cards and I was looking at his art.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's
4 years
great.
later, he was in Mad. So by the time, so 80, I think 88 or 89 is when the lawsuit happened. And then he probably needed work and went to Mad.
A lawsuit from the Cabbage Patch
Kid
dolls, whatever.
Yeah.
What happened with that lawsuit?
They had to change how they looked.
Oh, and you showed the logo had to be changed.
They had to change how they looked, and the whole damn people didn't like it.
Oh, okay.
That was pretty much the end of it. They had to change their eyes, the eye shape. They had to change. They couldn't look like they were stuffed animals. They had to have like cracks and stuff on their skin to make it look like they
Oh,
were made out of plastic.
oh, I see. Okay.
So they would always have these cracks on them. I think they couldn't do like yarn hair. That was the biggest three differences: the eyes, the yarn hair, and the cracks.
Okay.
But that's came back now, so they can
Yeah.
they can draw them how they want them now.
Well, pretty much everyone. Well, they don't still make Cabbage Patch. Were they called Cabbage Patch Kids?
Cabbage
Or
Patch Dogs, I think.
And I don't think they make them anymore. And I don't think anyone remembers what Garbage Pail Kids were created to make fun of. Most people don't.
No.
Oh. Oh, I thought that was. I thought that was worse than it was. What's that a cover for? Is that a Sheena cover? Are you going to order that?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, they did it again. I'll get that one for the cover. I'm sure the interior art is crappy, but and I bet Jambo will get one too. That's the artwork that would be inside that book with the monkey. Well, okay, I guess. All right. When do these books come out?
2 months.
Yeah, order one of that Sheena with the vultures for me. That Red Sonja cover doesn't look too bad either down at the bottom. That one there looks pretty. Well, the one that looks like Marvel looks good, but that one looks good too. To the left. I don't like that. Did you order that Harvey looking book?
Yeah. I ordered a couple copies for you guys. I already sent Meyer one.
Yeah, he said he's already got his Man Thing lunchbox on the way, and I'm saying, oh, I guess he has two of them. How many different Vampirella comics are there?
At least 3, I think. 3 or 4. Maybe 5 if you count this one. I think this is her sister.
That's her sister, okay. Well, I guess that could happen.
This is what I'm mostly wanting to read.
Is that from the same company?
No, this is Image.
Okay.
supplements in the pods.
Well, here's number 2 of that book.
Okay. Where did this artist come from? Has he been around a while? What does it say down there about the book?
Says he's award-winning, Eisner Award nominated.
Well, if he won an Emmy, he must do stuff for television.
Secret Saturdays, Jet Cat Clubhouse.
Okay, let me look him up. What's his name again?
Jay Stevens.
Huh. Yeah, this seems to be some guy that just came out of nowhere, but I don't pay attention. Oh, he's Canadian. He's a Canadian cartoonist and animator currently living in Guelph, Ontario. He's best known as the creator of Discovery Kids animated television series Tuttenstein, Cartoon Network's The Secret Saturdays, and the Jet Cat animated shorts for Nickelodeon's anthology series Kablam. So he's born in 1971. He's known for several comic book projects, including Sin, The Land of Nod, Atomic City Tales, and Jet Cat Clubhouse, and has written and drawn for licensed properties such as Alien, Star Wars, Felix the Cat, and Teen Titans. Huh. Creator of the comic strips Oddville and Chicken D for Chicken D magazine. Huh. He's someone that I have never been familiar with. Well, now there's one more thing as far as Canada goes. I can only now maybe I can get up to 10 things from Canada that I like. Maybe at least 5. Yeah, that's that book.
That Kirby book.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's Thunder and Lars of Mars. You already ordered these things?
They will be, yes.
Yeah, I have a reproduction of Thunder, but that Thunder is being reproduced in color, right?
Should be.
I've got this book over here. I've had it for years. It looks like I'm going to give myself the camera for a second. This book, I've had it for years.
It's cool. Black and white.
It's from Russ Cochran, that I guess was in Iowa. And Russ Cochran, reprinted all the EC stuff. He had the original art, and this is done in 1973, but it's clearly shot from the original art. So the Thunder book that you've got is going to look great because they have this original art, and then they just add color to it. It should look fantastic. And that book, the original book, has got to be completely unaffordable, being a Frazetta Jungle book. Myers says, I remember liking Tuttenstein. I've just never heard of it. I'm not familiar with the Cartoon Network kind of stuff. I haven't had this since 1973. I might have got it in the late 70s, early 80s at Lone Star Comics, but It, I guess that's when it came out.
Yeah. You want a Hulk smash button?
Back, I stepped up to the restroom.
Podcast. And lo and behold, this dream, I was with her. I was talking with Roseanne. I was on the
Well, oh, I got a new subscriber. I'm up to 589. I've never been that high before. Oh, Retro Fan's a good magazine. Oh, wait, what's that? What kind of stuff? 1940s novelty comics. That looks cool. Getting the Christmas stuff out. I noticed the Halloween candy's already been put out in the supermarkets. Have you ever sold sports cards?
Yeah.
That was a big thing for a while. seem to be moving the pages very angrily past the anime stuff. Why is part of the book upside down? Is that the stuff that's toys or?
Yeah, they put the toys the other way.
Okay.
Maybe on the back. $4.99 then probably.
Hey, did that guy get in touch with you that was talking about sending a money order for the TV show?
No, he never got back.
He was talking about midweek, so that would have been a couple of days ago. But maybe he seems to watch every single episode, so maybe he'll reemerge.
Oh, you were right. I do have some westerns. If he's listening, I do have a box of some westerns here.
Right. Yeah, that original box, right? Because we didn't buy all of them. Let's see that Vampirella statue. Is it a statue or action figure?
That's that figure that I have here.
That's the one. Oh, that's the one that I said looks like she had surgery.
Yeah, I have had these here.
Yeah. It's not bad, but since there's another one that's better, it's just, and it's not much more. There's so much stuff that's being produced. I wonder how many they make of these things. So when is the Garloo supposed to come in this week, you think? The one that
I don't know.
Garloo?
It's weird that they don't even put the other one in here.
Do you think they're still making it?
I don't know. I think that would have been done before these would have even been done. Or at the same time. These had to have all been made at the same time.
Yeah.
Here's your lunchbox.
Yeah. Do you have to order another one, or do you still have one there?
No, I've already ordered it.
Okay.
Should be here next week. It's kind of cool. He's on the back of a boat or something.
Yeah, and it's it almost looks like the 1970s G.I. Joe.
Yeah, with the logo.
I guess that's what he's supposed to be. That's why he looks like that. So they're making, at what scale is that? Is that the scale of the modern G.I. Joes?
It's a 10-inch tall statue.
Oh, it's a statue.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, especially the way they did the water. I guess it looked like an action figure. It looks like on his shoulder, like it's
Like there's a joint there, yeah.
yeah. Let's see. Myers says, I'm considering starting night school again, or maybe signing up with the Guardian Angels so I have a practical use for my Man-Think lunchbox and thermos. Is this Johnson Smith? I didn't see.
Are they still around?
I don't know. I can look. Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could look it up. Hey Siri, is the Johnson Smith company still open? Oh wait, my phone's not even on. I'll look it up. What's the full name? Johnson Smith Products? Johnson Smith Company in Michigan. Oh, that's neat.
I used to have one like this. I guess the X-ray vision glasses are 60 years old now. That sound right?
Probably.
And they have a poster coming out by the Sea Monkey Company, and it's a sea monkey wearing the glasses.
Well, the Wikipedia article is written in past tense. The Johnson Smith Company was a mail order company established in 1914 by Alfred Johnson Smith in Chicago. See, I thought it was two guys, Johnson and Smith, but that's just his name is Alfred Johnson Smith. In Chicago, Illinois, USA, that sold novelty and gag gift items such as miniature cameras, invisible ink, X-ray goggles, whoopee cushions, fake vomit, and joy buzzers. The company moved from Chicago to Racine, Wisconsin in 1923 to Detroit in the late 1930s, and from Detroit area to Bradenton, Florida in 1986. The company would put ads in magazines devoted to children and young adults such as Boys Life, Popular Mechanics, and Science Digest. Their ads appeared on the back cover of many historically significant comic books, including Action Comics #1, June 1938, and Detective Comics 27, May 1939. In 1970, humorist Gene Shepard wrote the introduction for the reprint of the 1929 Johnson Smith and Company catalog. Gene Shepard's the Christmas story guy. The Johnson Smith catalog is a magnificent, smudgy thumbprint of a totally lusty, vibrant, alive, crude post-frontier society, a society that was and in some ways still remains an exotic mixture of moralistic piety and violent primitive humor. In 2014, the company marked its 100th anniversary. On December 31st, 2019, the company's website announced that they had ceased operations and closed. Johnson Smith was acquired by Collections Incorporated in 2020. So they closed right as the pandemic was starting, but I wouldn't say because of the pandemic, because I don't think most people really were affected by the pandemic until like March of 2020. At least that's when it got me. Yeah, see that's the horror record that plays in the background of that animated video of the Eerie Publications covers. Does that Eerie print book come in this week?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I bet that's a great book or pamphlet on how to operate a haunted house. Well, it did say, Meyer says most of the stuff is maybe still in a warehouse somewhere. It did say someone took over with a different name. Oh, that's great. The story of the Holy Shroud. Yeah, Gene Shepard's right. It's a mixture of, religious stuff with kind of perverted stuff. And that is an interesting observation. Yeah, I've got a 1935 catalog, and this one's from the 90s probably. And
I'm guessing late 80s.
Okay, in a lot of ways, it hasn't changed much except for adding some color to it. Some of the ads almost look like they're the same.
How do we see the date?
Mine was on the front cover. At least that's how they did it in the 30s. Maybe on the inside front cover. You can go a lot by the hairstyles. I would say you're probably right about the late 80s, but
Oh, maybe on the form that you fill out.
the order form, yeah. They'd have to have a cutoff date so people won't order from this catalog 4 years later when the prices have changed.
Some of the stuff, you're right, the ads wouldn't change, just the product wouldn't change either. Maybe just the packaging of the product would change.
Yeah, I mean, why would you want to hire an artist to redraw a perfectly good illustration?
Like fake vomit, you already have a perfect mold of the fake vomit. Why would you change it?
Yeah, they wouldn't change the toy.
You change the packaging.
Yeah.
Here's the. Okay, you could send in for a free catalog. Money back guarantee.
Do you check occasionally, like on eBay, for these catalogs?
No, never have.
I haven't either.
You would think they would be just a dime a dozen, right? You could get them cheap.
I think so, unless it's a super old one.
Maybe you could check how old it is by how much the sales tax was. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point.
4%. I think ours is about 8% now.
Yeah, I think.
But I think ours has been 8% for a few years.
Yeah, they may not have made a new catalog every year. They may have made a new one every 5 years, and unless they're. Let me check. What have people been buying today?
Probably Pokemon.
Okay. Yeah, that skull with the bullet hole and the flames was. Here I pulled it up. Let me give myself full screen for just a second. It's a 1977 catalog for $39. Buy it now. Here's one from 1911, and it's just $50. So I wouldn't think something that old. I guess this must be a book about them. I don't know what that is. $4.99. Oh, that's you're bidding. I look at buy it now. This is the 1929 catalog for $25. So
they're expensive.
Well, I'm not thinking that's expensive for something that's that old. There's a 1948 catalog for $30.
How much are the 80s ones?
That's what the 79 one looks like. Oh shoot. For some reason they've got $150 their best offer, but that may just be a crazy person. Here's one with Frank. Dropped my phone. This one has Frankenstein on the cover. $20. It says 2,000 things you never knew existed. Johnson Smith. Let me blow that up. Yeah, that would be a cool one to get. I haven't seen the one with your design yet.
When I have a little pocket catalog one.
Here's the 1929 one for $79. I don't know. I think some of these could be reprints. Here's the 1999 one for $30. I mean, I don't know how common these are. I mean, I saw the ads a million times as a kid, but I never thought to order the catalog. I never would have probably done that in a million years. I can't think of any kid I ever knew that would have ordered for the catalog. So I wonder how many are out there. And people that ordered them, why would they keep it unless they're just a really cool person? So I don't know how many are out there. I wonder if CGC will slab them.
That'd be the worst thing. You never get to look at it.
Right. Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, that's just how these people think. Um,
Look at this thing like every day.
oh, do you? Well, then you ought to order some more of these. Um, it would be really cool if someone would reprint some of these catalogs. I think some people would be interested. Maybe do one for every decade. Let me try typing in 1950s, because to me that would be the best time period. No, I'm probably wrong on that, but I'm just partial to the 50s.
Hey, do you want these Pokemon 100 cards under G?
What? Oh, here's someone's just selling a ring from the catalog. It says, "Kiss Me Again, I'm Still Conscious." $56. Here's someone selling a book you could order, How to Throw Knives.
See if that haunted house book is on there.
Yeah, really.
How to operate a haunted house.
To me, this would be a great thing. It's $50. It's a 1911 catalog. Let's see if they show there's the back cover. I mean, and they show. Let me give myself full screen. Yeah, I'll look at the haunted house book. They show the interior. See, they were advertising in any kind of magazine that existed before comics were even invented, in any kind of magazine that kids would be interested in. I'll just type in Johnson Smith catalog haunted house. That should maybe pull something up. What was it? How to do what? How to run a haunted? How to make? What was it? How did they phrase it?
How to operate.
Oh, how to operate.
Yeah, there's some other stuff up there. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, dude. How's it going, bro? Good. You went to golf conference, right? I'm pretty sure you have. The one on
Well, I don't know if this is the book that. I don't know if this is the book that you would get. It's from 1997. It's selling for $47.50. It's
Make
how to
yourself
operate.
big.
What?
Make yourself big. I can see it.
Oh, okay. It's called How to Operate a Financially Successful Haunted House. It could be the book.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, even if it isn't the book, it still would be a great book to get. How many books could there be on how to? Now, this one's called How to Sell a Haunted House. That's different. Um, That seems to be the only book.
Need to get this hallway done for Halloween.
Hey, hold on. Let me
We gotta put these up down this
Oh,
hallway.
yeah. Might as well start now because everybody's starting to put the Halloween stuff out at the stores. They're already putting Halloween candy out at the supermarket.
To hang this up too.
Yeah, I have. Is that? Oh, that's a print.
One signed, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got the comic book. Of course, it's not signed. Here's Paulo back after you must have eaten dinner. What's up? We're not hearing your sound, Paulo. Not hearing you. It's
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
yes, now.
Okay.
What did you do?
I just had dinner. Had some leftover fried fish.
Oh yeah, man. What did you do that made the sound start working?
I know. Just turn it off and on again.
Oh, okay. Well,
You can always count on Kevin to make the show go longer.
yeah. Yeah, we were looking at a Johnson Smith catalog.
Mm-hmm. What happened to Kevin?
I'm sorry?
What happened to Kevin? He was here a minute ago.
Oh, either he set the phone down like this way where it's no lights getting to it. It looks like his microphone's on. He's probably dealing with a customer.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I was thinking about the stuff that Kevin has in his store, and most of it is not aesthetically appealing to me.
You're insane. Clearly insane.
Yeah, totally. But I've never. You people remember the 60s and 70s? You focus too much on horror, and I've always liked my science fiction to have that sleek design. So yeah, the starting with 2001 Space Odyssey, and then the Star Trek movies, and the Buck Rogers TV series was also like that. So more of a clean design for a science fiction environment. Yeah.
The Buck Rogers series didn't dirty up their ships at all. I think you're right. They were all wearing white.
Yeah,
because it was like the same people that made Battlestar Galactica, and they were trying to dirty up their universe to be more like Star Wars. Except the problem with Battlestar Galactica, they had one mock-up of the Viper, and so they dirtied it up to make it look like Star Wars, and then the Cylons would attack, and then one person would launch out the tube in their Viper, and you'd see this big smudge on the window, and the next one would launch out with the same smudge on the window, like three or four, and they just happen to have the same smudge on the driver's side window, pilot's side window. And it's like, I would notice that as a kid and just think, oh man, maybe that's why you shouldn't dirty up your universe, keep it clean. Because I would always notice that every episode. John Goris, Alien took the grunge of Star Wars to a next level.
Yeah, I suppose yeah.
Yeah, because George Lucas was a hot rod guy, and he wanted everything to be dirty, like, and I understand that. But what does it have to do with his store?
Well, I keep looking at it, and there are a lot of things that are novelty items and Halloween masks, and I always, let me see if I can find something there that looks like a beautiful looking spaceship, and something that looks what would now be retrofuturistic. But no, but then yeah, I suppose it's
do you want something that doesn't look like it's
yeah. I don't. I don't want the Great Garloo.
Yeah, I guess I like the future as seen from the past. I find that more appealing to see a Buck Rogers, like the real Buck Rogers, not the TV Buck Rogers, or a Flash Gordon ship with the bright colors and the tail fins and everything. It just like I prefer old 50s and 60s cars over ones that are made today, which to me they all look exactly alike, and there's no personality to the cars, car designs today.
Yeah, I had this discussion years ago with a colleague of mine who owns a classic car magazine, and when are the 80s car? We're talking about when the 1980s cars were going to become classic, and we kind of came to the conclusion that apart from a few special edition models, they never were. Because you can get a standard Chevy Nova from 1974, it's still a classic, even if it's a standard model. But anything that was built in the 80s, that's when you have the cars designed in the computer, and you have the bodywork stamping is also made in a computer, and the engine is designed in the computer. So everything has that artificial sameness.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that. I figured it was maybe government regulation forcing them to
that
look
helped.
all the same way.
That helped, but there was the technology used to create the car technology also evolved. So there are industrial processes that make things become more standardized and less fun. And we kind of noticed that with some cars. I mean, there were a few cars from my youth that became important to everybody because they were everyone's first car. But those cars were already made in a time where everything was computerized, so they're not considered classics to that extent. In Europe, we have a few cases. They were never for sale in the US, and they were subcompacts, the one that everybody could buy. And there was the Fiat Uno and the Citroën AX. Small models that they had small engines, and then they had a pocket rocket version with over 100 horsepower, which for the time was a breakthrough for that type of small model. But apart from that pocket rocket version, the rest, they look pretty standardized. You don't see panel gaps. You don't see gaps between the bodywork panels, which in the 60s and 70s, all the cars looked different because the way that the panels were soldered. They used the soldering. It was never done the same because there was a lot of manual processes. So the cars ended up looking different, even though they were supposed to be as identical as possible. And here, that it took it out, and there was also a lot. People were looking for more safety, more comfort in the cars, so they took out some of the personality.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just knew that at some point everything stopped being interesting looking. I wasn't really sure why.
In the US, the 1974 engine regulations, they took out a lot of the horsepower that your cars used to have in America. We didn't have the same problem in Europe. In fact, when the European cars went for sale in the US after 1974, they lost like 20 or 30 horsepower. And that had to do with the federalization process to make sure that the cars could be sold in all U.S. states. especially California, because in California they have the strictest anti-pollution regulations. But yeah, you had a car that had a 300 horsepower engine. That the same engine after 1974. Now it was 120 in the U.S. Ridiculous. Even when the cars came to Europe, it was kind of the joke, because the Corvette C4, the 1984 model, arrived in Europe with barely 275 horsepower, and you could get that from an engine that it was a 5.7 liter. You could get that from a BMW had that in a 3.5. Porsche had that in a 3.2. Mostly because we did not react to anti-pollution regulations the same way, and it took until the 1990s for American manufacturers to catch up to the amount of power that European manufacturers could get from their engines.
Yeah. I don't know what the point is of one country trying to clean up when China doesn't do it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what good is that gonna do?
Especially because we already have anti-pollution regulations, because we all like walking in the street and not having smog all over the sky and making
Yeah.
everything gray and brownish. So we already have regulations against that. The same way we like to open our taps and have pristine, crystalline water come from the tap, and we want to make sure that we can drink it. And that already happens. So what we're doing right now is we're spending large amounts of money on increasingly infinitesimal improvements that just make everything expensive for everyone.
Yeah, well, they
And
don't
that's
want
what
people to have cars.
Yeah.
Is really
And
the goal.
yeah, and then that gets us to the part where they don't want people to eat meat, and they don't want people to have air conditioning.
Yeah, so they eat bugs. Yeah, you don't need air conditioning. Of course, they can fly with their private jets everywhere.
It's like they're trying to get the working class down to pre-industrial levels in terms of access to resources.
They're wanting the ones that they allow to stay alive to just be slaves and live in little towns where they can walk to anything that they need in 15 minutes, and then drones will bring them their products from Amazon.
The 15-minute city is impossible both in Europe and the United States, because you guys have urban sprawl and we have medieval design cities.
Yeah.
So you can't have everything within 15 minutes because the city centers were built 800 years ago, and people live in places that used to be villages and that you have to drive to access. Sure, we have buses. Our public transportation grid is actually very efficient in every European country, but you don't have you can't have that distribution of resources allocated for the working class that Klaus Schwab has in his head. Not that it matters to him, because he's not going to go shopping within 15 minutes.
He's planning on eliminating 3/4 of the population and allowing some to remain, and that's the ones that. I mean, that's really what he's planning.
You know that happens naturally. You don't need Klaus Schwab to tell anyone that. The problem is, if you bring more people to the city than they live in the countryside, even though then you have mega levels of population, that population will go down, because even in medieval times,
they don't want people to live in the countryside. They don't want people to be able to provide for themselves and grow their own.
Yeah, but that doesn't work in terms of the population is going to go down to even unmanageable levels to handle resources, because the only way you get people in the cities, and we knew that from medieval times, is if you have people in the countryside having 8 kids, and then one or two of those kids move to the big city, hoping to reach fame and fortune. The big, large cities and capital cities, urban areas, up until the 1600s, people who moved there, they usually didn't have kids, which is the same problem that we have in cities today. And the only way they kept the same population levels, was people coming from the countryside, because they had more kids there. And that type of immigration is necessary. So if you take everyone away from the countryside, which you can't, because the industrial automation does not work in the same way in agriculture, you're going to end up with large phantom cities in about 300 years. So you are accelerating population decline, but then you won't have the necessary levels of population to keep those cities running. So the cities are going to degrade faster, and we will need more people in the countryside having kids. So yeah, the governments are shooting themselves in the foot by doing Klaus Schwab policy.
Well, I just think they want everything destroyed. I think that's what they want. They want to bring everything down. I think that's their motivation. I think they're a lot of them are, regardless of whether you are religious, they are religious, and they're devoted to Moloch or Satan or whatever. They just want to bring down God's creation in any way they can and destroy it. It's clear that everything they're doing is designed to hurt people. Everything they create is designed to hurt people. I mean, it's not that they're just stupid, it's that they're malevolent. But I don't know. I mean, I just happen to live in a 15-minute city. I mean, it can exist. It's not a city, but I mean, I can walk to anything. I can function without a car. But of course, I don't have a comic book store. I don't have unlimited access to unlimited things. If a movie doesn't play at the one theater with one screen theater, that's just a movie I don't see till it comes on TV. I can walk to the post office, the grocery store. I can walk.
Yeah, but for entertainment, they want you. For entertainment, they want you to stay home. That's why you have all the subscription services. But since people now are choosing not to use those subscription services, because even their programs suck and they cost more money than they're worth, people are choosing not to go. So ultimately, people are going to end up going outside, and then they're going to start talking to each other, and the whole thing.
If they're not, these things have hypnotized people so much. I don't know what it's like in Portugal, but here it's just everyone walks around in a mall staring at this.
Yeah, they do too, but they won't be able to do that for long. If there's nothing to entertain them, because it all sucks, they're gonna end up talking to other people, and the whole plan collapses.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen. There's just no way to telling. But I don't know.
Civilizations naturally go through boom and bust cycles. We're due for a bust cycle, and the people who think they're in charge are going to notice that they're going to stop being in charge, because the way they handle resources won't be available for them to take advantage of.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So yeah, it looks like the restaurant that we normally go to on Saturday night has a fish dinner tonight. So they have specials occasionally. So that's not for another hour that they open.
Fish dinner. What fish do you eat in the rural United States?
Man, my wife would be able to tell you. I think one of them's a tilapia. There's like 3 different types of. I don't know what it's called, but
oh god, tilapia's awful. We don't eat that in Europe.
Really?
It seems to it's and that thing is farm grown.
I could be wrong about what it is. It's some kind of fish. I just know I call it fish. It's a fish
Hmm.
dinner.
Well, I live in a harbor town, so we have a gazillion types of fish.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
so when we talk fish, we talk things that are very specific.
yeah.
It's not
No,
okay.
do you have a comic store where you live?
No, I have to go to the capital city. There are 2 comic stores there.
How far a drive is that?
Depends on the traffic. So it's 25 miles plus another 5 miles inside the city. One of the comic shops, you can't drive there anymore because you can't park. So you have to find a place to park and take the subway. The other one, you can park there at some hours of the day, but also it's the ideal is ways to get there by subway. So from my house to the comic shop would probably take an hour. But
Has
since
anyone
I work in the capital, I could get off work and go there.
has anyone ever put up on YouTube a tour of a comic store in Portugal, or no one
No,
does that?
I suppose I could do one.
I
I haven't
think
been to
people
one of
would
those
be
stores in
interested.
years. Mm.
I mean,
Well,
inside, are there any American comics for sale?
no, the comic stores were created specifically to import American comics in English to be sold to comics fans. They only started selling comics in Portuguese short years ago. One of those stores became a publisher, and that helped. They also have comics in French and Spanish, but the idea was always going to be that we're going to get comics in English, but it's specialized in new comics. They don't have the same variety of back issues, and in order to have that variety, it doesn't really work because the number of people reading comics in English is somewhat reduced. We are in a niche audience.
So Meyer's asking if you have American comics in your collection.
Right now, I have more American comics than comics in Portuguese.
Do you
But
have
in the last
Go.
in the last 7 years, it's mostly collected editions, trade paperbacks.
I was going to ask you, are they the original comics from or are they collected editions? How many?
I can get the original comics. The safest way is to put them on order to make sure that you get them. A lot of people still buy their comics this way. One of the stores, they wanted to specialize on collected editions, but since they moved to a bigger location, they have more comics on the racks.
When you're talking about ordering comics, are you talking about new comics or older comics?
No, new comics. Always new comics. Older comics might as well be you ordering, but you're going to end up paying a lot because of the shipping fees.
Okay.
So you need to make sure that you order about $200 value to make sure that the shipping fees are worth it. If you buy one comic, the shipping fees will be more expensive than a comic. Unless you're buying Amazing Fantasy 15, but
how many would you say comics, like vintage American comics, do you have, like older ones?
I have I have about 8 issues of Eternals from the 1970s. I have Marvel Preview #1. And I have Unknown Worlds of Science Fiction Giant Size #1. So I don't have anything more vintage. I have a few epic comics from the 1980s. But yeah, I started buying things in 1996, and they were newsstand editions. There are places where there were newsstands where you could get newsstand editions of U.S. comics, but now those aren't available anymore because there are no newsstand editions. I started buying direct editions regularly around 98 or 99.
So in these comic stores, what is that really weird Vampirella type comic out of Portugal called again?
No,
You remember what that was called?
Zaccarella. No, you don't find them in comic shops. You don't. The comic shops don't have old Portuguese comics or old Brazilian comics. You have to try to find some place that sells old books and ask if they have comics, because usually what happens to old comics in this country is you grow up and you throw them out. They go in the trash. They disappear.
Okay.
Taken out of circulation. So
I remember the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills ordered some of those Zaccarellas, and he showed the inside. The inside was not as spectacular as the cover was, and it seemed like the Zaccarella stories that were in that comic were actually text stories with like a really cool illustration that went with it, but it wasn't. It was like mostly maybe Warren reprints as far as the comics go in it.
Yeah, they must have got those in Spain, because there were Spanish artists working for the Warren magazines, and they got the rights to in return they got the rights to reprint Warren stuff in Spain. So if you wanted the material, you just went to Spain, grabbed the prints and retranslated. So there are a lot of comics, even newspaper strips reprints, that you notice that it's a double translation. You get the material from Spain, and then where they translate from English to Spanish, and then you bring it back and you translate from Spanish to Portuguese. So, and you notice it because there are idiomatic expressions that are no longer in English, but you notice that they were in Spanish when they were translated.
Yeah, it looks like Meyer's saying, just curious, is it possible there could be a nest of American comics near or around the U.S. Air Force Base in the Azores? Did I pronounce that right?
Maybe. I'm really not sure.
I would think that could be. I was about to ask a similar question. I don't know what kind of American military bases, if there were. I didn't know if there were any in Portugal, but it seems like GIs might sell their stuff. That you get a lot of American stuff around.
They wouldn't sell to the locals. There's reading comics is something that is more appealing to people with who are more into artsy stuff. So that in the Azores, you don't get the same level of intellectually minded people. There are a few, because we had a few people who were born in the Azores who became famous writers, but they became famous writers because they moved to the mainland. If they continued living in the Azores, they could never make a living being writers.
They're not as intellectual in that part of Portugal.
Yeah, but that's normally everywhere. If you live outside a major metropolitan area, your culture is going to be more fixed and more traditionalist. So, and reading comics is a modern thing.
Yeah.
So kids would read comics because they always did, but grown-ups reading comics and reading comics in other languages, in foreign languages, is something that happens to more intellectual people, and we end up living in the metropolitan areas.
Yeah, yeah. So when Warren would import the Spanish artist stuff, I guess sometimes they would buy stuff that was already pre-existing and not created especially for James Warren. He was buying up stuff they had created for the Spanish market. And then
there were a few. That Esteban Maroto comic you were asking about on Micah's show the other time is one example. So there are a few. I think they did the same thing in Italy. I know there was one thing that came out first in Switzerland, And I noticed that one of those stories was reprinted in one of the Seaboard Atlas comics.
Oh,
I was looking at the info and saw, oh, this is originally a German language comic, and it came out in Switzerland first.
there was something Warren printed in around 73. They made a big deal about it called Dracula. Where was that from? It was some kind of European thing.
Was it?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You know, they put out a special edition, which I don't know if I ever saw, but they put little samples of it to get you interested in the Warren magazines. I'll try to look that up.
But it was drawn by Spanish artists.
Yeah, it very much looked to be, and it was like really they touted it as being in full color. And let me try to look this up.
In full color it wasn't normal in Spain at the time.
Well, I don't know what it was. Let me try looking it up. Oh, here it is. Let me see what it says. This is an eBay listing for it. 1972. Direct. Let me make myself bigger for a second. I'll blow it up. It was some special edition that looked like that. And it's clearly very European looking art. I would say Spanish.
Looks like Esteban Maroto, so
it is Esteban. That's what I always pronounced it for
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, I thought my Spanish teacher in high school said it's supposed to be pronounced Esteban.
no.
It isn't. So it's Esteban. Okay.
Esteban.
So okay. Can you give me the correct pronunciation of Sergio Aragones? Am I close to that?
Yeah. In Spain it would be Sergio Aragones.
Okay. All right.
You have to stress the E a little.
It's not Sergio. It's Sergio. It's Sergio.
Yes. Sergio.
Right.
Sergio Aragones.
I mean, I want to pronounce names correctly. This is what it looks like inside.
Oh, Wolf the Barbarian. Oh, that was the thing you were asking about. Yeah, that's definitely Spanish originated. I mentioned it was designed as a newspaper strip. Yeah, that one I don't know. The Wolf the Barbarian was designed as a newspaper strip for a communist newspaper.
Oh yeah. Well, that's funny because James Warren was very right wing. I mean, he got pushed to the point where he put in anti-Vietnam editorials in Creepy and Eerie, but he was kind of a right-wing guy. Anyway, let's see what they say about it. This is an E. This one looks all beat up, like it's falling apart. They're wanting to sell it for $99.99. Buy it now. Dracula book, 1972, Warren Publishing, first edition. The book's binding came loose. Oh, that's why he's selling it for $100 and all the pages have fallen out, is basically what he's saying. The book's binding came loose, but still $100.
Myers asking, have I been to Nazaré? No, I haven't. My dad knows people from there. You work with them in the Navy.
Yeah. Anyway, and then there was stuff that I think was brought over by James Warren in that 1984 magazine that was dubbed and I'm not dubbed, but they put in this. I think they altered it and made it all far more perverse than it originally was.
Yeah. Because I have the prison ship graphic novel, and it's the first time in English that the comic came out as it was supposed to be. So it's that type of erotic science fiction that was normal in Europe. But I think it was Bill Dubay that was the publisher at the time. According to the description that I have in the first pages before the story, he would like to. There was a flying penis in the prison ship, the U.S. edition, that was not there in the Spanish version.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was this Warren in the very last days of Warren put out a magazine called 1984, and it became
Yeah.
1994. And I've mentioned several times, guys, don't get this magazine. It's just vile, and it's caused people to order it because Man Beer Pigs said if Gratu says it's too vile, I got to get this because I love edgy stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, the art is great in it. It's got Wally
Yeah.
Wood. It's got all the Spanish great artists from wherever, the Philippines. But it's
Yeah,
like
but this,
the editor would go to say, you need to have the F word more in this. It was, and the thing about it's like the art's beautiful, but it's like it's very insulting to you, even as a 13, 14-year-old, 15-year-old reading it. It's just insulting. It's
yeah,
looks beautiful, then you read it, it's dumb, it's stupid. And then they have some of the stories just had really horrible images, and so I was trying to explain it, but I was saying that it was just really vile, and mycomicshop.com says is very sleazy. You know, they warn you in the
yeah,
description.
it's
They don't often do that.
but it's the kind of thing that when you start to get out of your teens and you notice, man, when I was younger teen, I was really stupid, and then you notice, yeah, this was like when you're 8 or it was this you're 8 or 9 or 10, and you find out about bad words and you use them all the time out of context.
Yeah, and they caused Richard Corbin to stop working for Warren because they're putting his story Mutant World in there, and they would change all the dialogue and to make it prurient, and he just said, "Forget this," and that was their big artist, you know, pretty much. Corbin sold books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meyer's talking about the large waves we have in Nazaré. Yeah. When Garrett McNamara lives in Nazaré, is the world surfing champion, and he didn't know about it. He found out about it, and I gotta ride the waves here. And for the first time ever, Europe became relevant to the world of surfing because we didn't have the places that are more attractive to tourists. They're not good for surfing because they're in the Mediterranean, so they don't have big waves. And the places with with good waves, they're not good to attract people. Places like Brest in France or the west coast of Ireland, too cold, too dangerous. But in Nazaré, we have the warm climate all around, and we have the big waves. So and they can even have some tourism there. So it is good for everybody and for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Gordon is asking about Druna. Yeah, I have one Druna graphic novel. Paulo Eriotteri Serpieri. Milo Manara meets Anti. You can call it that. I wouldn't say. Here's the thing. Manara is the guy that makes gentlemanly erotica, and Serpieri is the guy that makes porn. So Manara would be Playboy, and Serpieri would be Hustler.
Okay, Druna was a comic book that was kind of dirty, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's one of those erotic science fiction series.
Like a Barbarella kind, a little bit more extreme Barbarella.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let me look this up here.
I'm gonna get the copy I have. Let me just.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I don't know if you could show it.
Yeah, I'll try to. Okay.
Yeah, I get it looks like kind of almost like a jungle girl kind of thing.
Yeah, so this is the cover to the issue that I have. It's a double album, so it's got 2 stories in here.
Has that character ever been brought to the States and put into English?
I think there are stories that were published there. I don't know if it was in heavy metal or if Catalan Communications tried to do something. So let's see something that showcases. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
How was the heavy metal movie received in Portugal.
We didn't really notice it existed.
What I wonder how people in France that read the original magazine, what they thought of
Well,
it.
it's just the heavy metal movie was created by the American side of the operation, so
Right.
so it's not really the same.
Oh, I know. I'm just wondering how people, because sometimes.
Okay, I suppose this is safe enough to show.
Okay.
So we have bare breasts and bare butt cheeks, but no full frontal.
Yeah. Okay. So John Goris is saying it was in heavy metal.
Mm.
Yeah. Apparently they're still doing heavy metal. That Turtle guy bought heavy metal in the 90s, and I mean they put it out, but it's not anything I would ever even think of opening.
Yeah. It becomes predictable after a while. The things that when you try to do this all the time, it ends up becoming all the same. And oh look, another chick with big tits running around in a spaceship. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, if you watch two porn movies one after the other, you kind of lose interest.
Well, yeah. So yeah, Warren would import stuff from Spain and the Philippines in the 70s. In the 60s, they were using more American artists. A lot of them were guys that worked for EC, and
then there was Richard Corbin.
I couldn't get through that movie he made. When he bought heavy metal, he made a second heavy metal movie that no one even knows about because it was terrible. And
I remember Wizard talking about it.
Yeah, it was horrible, and it's kind of like there was a second Creep Show that nobody knows about, and I think even the second one everyone knows about. It wasn't as good, but there was a third one that nobody knows about. But what Kevin Eastman, the Turtle guy, did is he became a millionaire, so he married Julie Strain, and he bought heavy metal, and then he made a second heavy metal movie with her in it, and you would think it would be good, but it to me it feels like when you would think that Rob Zombie has all the same influences as me as far as what he grew up with. You would think he'd be able to make a really good Monsters movie, but instead he makes something that's just unbearably bad.
Yeah, nowadays you're always gonna get notes from the producers, and they're all gonna want to do stuff for the focus groups. It's impossible.
Yeah, I think he had control of that. I think the only thing they balked at was that making it in black and white. Pretty much, I think that was all him. I don't see studio interference. I see just incompetence and not having enough of a sense of humor to do a comedy. I mean, he was. I see what he was doing. He's trying to make every frame of it look like a Basil Gogos painting with different colored lights hitting every side of people, but it's just like they allowed him to put his wife in it, who's just not. I don't want to insult her, but she's not Yvonne De Carlo. She's not a Hollywood movie, glamour queen that's just a little bit older. She's just some wife of a rock star that looks like.
One thing that always ends up when you try to bring back something from decades ago, that especially if you enjoyed it as a kid, but now you want to work on it as an adult, it's never going to come out right, because when you work on it as an adult and you try to bring adult sensibilities to something that you used to like as a kid, you end up deconstructing it, and it makes it worse for everybody. Like
Yeah.
the even the Addams Family from the 90s was the same thing.
I didn't.
Or when they did
I agree with you. I mean, it wasn't as bad as the Munsters movie that Rob Zombie made, but it had going for it was Christina Ricci, who I thought was brilliant in both of those two Addams Family movies. But beyond that, it just didn't have the cleverness of the TV show. And
yeah,
but
when in the 90s they also made a Dennis the Menace live action, and it's a Hollywood It's a Hollywood movie.
I didn't
Who
even
cares?
pay attention to it. You know, I
Yeah.
grew up loving the Dennis the Menace comic books, and I didn't see the Dennis the Menace TV series from the early 60s, right around 1960, whenever that was on. I never saw that until I think I saw it. We would travel across the country when we moved from one place to the other. We'd stop at a motel, and they would have different TV shows on in that local market, different syndicated shows, and Dennis the Menace, and I like turned it on. It's like, oh, this, and it was like nothing like the comic. And then I guess I didn't see it again for years, and it's like this character, this actor Jay North was so annoying, and he looked like he was 16 years old and going, golly, Mr. Wilson. It's like, it was so obnoxious that they didn't have a little kid playing Dennis the Menace. They had someone that looked like he was almost ready to graduate high school talking like a 5-year-old. It was bad. Although the parents in that were perfectly cast, though. The mom and dad of Dennis the Menace looked just like they were out of the comics, the cartoon. Yeah, that was another disappointment. Sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't. But I'm wondering what people in Portugal are thinking of the current political situation in the United States. You get
We
much?
don't care.
You don't care, doesn't it?
No, we don't.
So what happens here doesn't really affect you guys much there.
We don't think that much as much about North America as North Americans seems to think that we do.
Well,
the current political when you finally have the elections going on, there's going to be some coverage, but apart from that, no. Then we only get news whenever there's a mass shooting.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't. Yeah, it's weird because I don't. Yeah, I just wonder how Biden is portrayed there and stuff. We got Basil coming on here.
Oh,
Hey, Basil, what's up?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
What's up?
Not too much. Kind of waiting for 5 o'clock.
Our local journalists.
Go ahead.
Our local journalists are more likely to be pro-Biden than they were of being pro-Trump. That's normal in Europe. But apart from that, it's not really important. I mean, things happen and there's regular news. It's not like they're paying attention to the fact that Biden says stupid shit. And when I tried to explain the sniffing to other people, they thought I was crazy. What was I talking about? They don't know that Joe Biden sniffs young kids.
That's all going to be hidden. That Veronica movie was terrible. John Goris is correct. Danzig made a movie based on his comic book line. Yeah, that was something else. And he's made a Western where everyone's a vampire, but it's all cheesy names like Billy the Dracula, or it's almost that stupid. Jesse, it's like Marilyn Manson. You take the name of a movie star and a killer, and then everyone in his stupid band does the same thing. In his little Western movie, all the vampires have like the name of a famous Western guy as it's like Wyatt Renfield. It's so stupid. It's just. Did you guys see that Christina Ricci movie where she played? Okay, I don't think I saw that movie actually. Anyway, what's up, Basil?
I don't know. I just caught something, and I'm sure you guys were aware of it, but I was watching just the news yesterday, and they had a segment with the guy that I guess used to play Superman, and I guess they have a comic book thing out, where it's all like real, like the old days, and they have like a whole run of it, and they interviewed him, and they interviewed the actual artist that worked. Well, he did work in Hollywood, and then he worked for all your guys' big comic book things, and he rebelled against it. And him and the Superman dude, they've created that new line of comics. Have you guys heard about that stuff?
I didn't notice.
I'm trying to figure what living Superman actors there are.
Dean Cain.
I think he was the TV show one.
Dean Cain. Okay.
Yeah.
Dean Cain is the one that was in that.
Yeah, Gil Kane. Yeah, it's Gil Kane Comics. Yeah.
Okay, so he's the one that was in a Superman show that was made for women that no guy ever watched, and I think he's real conservative now, like a right-wing guy. Yeah. So he's like the guy that played Hercules in the Hercules and Xena era. He's also a conservative guy now, so they can't get jobs in Hollywood, basically. So he's made a Superman comic.
No, it's just like a superhero comic, and they were showing it, man. It looked really cool. It really did. I mean, it wasn't
a startup comic company that's more right leaning. Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, no, it's completely. It's like totally like patriotic. You know what I mean? That was the big stink that they had, brought up about it, and they were talking about it, and it looked really good. That's all I have to say. I mean, like the art in it looked like all the stuff that you guys like, get all crazy about and like, and it wasn't all sorry, brand new, like one word bubble for every 20 pages, and
yeah,
I'm sure one of the gurus.
There's another guy starting a conservative comic book company. I don't remember his name. He's out of Texas. He's an African American guy. He started a company, and he appears all the time on that Friday night Tights show. He's created this company that's just made people really angry. Somebody has to know the name of the company, and it looks like the art's really good in it. And he did some startup campaign that he got financed like an incredible amount of money because people are thirsty for these kind of comics. Does that sound familiar to you at all, Paulo?
No.
Oh boy, somebody's got to know this guy. Let me look what his name is.
Yeah, I think the name of the company, it might actually be like Gil Kane. So you're right on. You hit the nail on the head there.
Dean Cain, not Gil Kane, is a comics artist that's not alive.
Oh, okay.
It's got to be Dean Cain.
I don't know. I'm not. I have nor time nor space to know the things that you guys know about comic books. I mean, I can barely just like rough it. You know what I mean? And like I know when I look and I see a Silver Age comic book or a Golden Age comic book, I know to check to see if there's like any Holocaust bars on it. And if it is it a worthy reproduction or is it not? I know that kind of stuff, but other than that,
Bear Pig says Young Ripa. He's this guy named Eric July.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Eric July. Yeah.
He got 30,000 orders worth $2.5 million for non-woke comic.
Nice, fantastic.
So it
no,
has
I just think it's really cool. I mean, if I was hardcore as you guys are, about comic books, I would be all over it. That's how I am. When I find something that ain't woke and I'm into it, like I'm all over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know much about modern comics, but I guess if this guy can
no, man, I mean, I wouldn't even have brought it up I wouldn't even have brought it up. I mean, they showed they were, flipping on the comics, and to me, it looked like, okay, I'm 54 years old, so I'm maybe a little younger than some of you guys, maybe a little older than some of you guys, but it looked like the type of comic books that I bought when I was a kid. It wasn't all drawn stupid and, waxy paper and all that stuff. It looked like a pulpy, regular, cool comic book. It had a cool cover on it, a semi-gloss cover, and then the pages were actually like rag comic book paper. I was just like, oh wow, that's cool. I would like to just get one just because I know it's not woke, even though I don't even collect comic books. I'd like to get number one. I want to look for number one. See, I want to become like you guys, and then I want to put it away.
Well, my number one's going to be valuable more than likely, because when it would be in the old days, but now that everyone's saving everything in perfectly mint condition, it's going to be hard for something. I typed in Dean Cain comic book, and I got former Superman Dean Cain slams DC Comics for making the character B. They're bandwagoning, so he's upset about this character that I think is supposed to be Superman's son or something, or they put into the comics. But let me see, Dean Cain Comic Company. Yeah, I don't know of this.
Eric July got into it was part of some Twitter drama last week, because Tony Isabella, the guy who created Black Lightning, was basically accusing Eric July of being an Uncle Tom. Yeah, that's not his actual words, but that was the gist of it.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah, you're not blacking well enough.
Yeah, just like Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't. Yeah. I'll find it if I look hard enough. Let me try.
Yeah, it's that guy though, for sure. It's that guy. It's him and this other. I guess the artist was one of DC's or Marvel's or whatever, one of their top comics, and he broke away. I mean, top artists, and he broke away because he was sick and tired. The artist guy, they interviewed Dean Cain or whatever his name is, Cain, and the artist was like, I wanted to create stuff that was like, the stuff I liked when I was a kid, which was the old stuff, like, we like and you guys like. And and he goes, so when I got the chance, I got out of there, because like they had found out that he was like he wasn't a commie, and so like they were like burning him all the time, like, so he just like, I don't know how they found out he wasn't a commie, but they found out, and they were trying to drum him out anyway. So when he got the chance to get out, he got out, and he went, and I guess he worked with that guy Cain, and I don't know, maybe it's like a parody of the TV show, except better, or I have no idea. I mean, I didn't, it was such a short little news segment. It was like only like a 3-minute thing, and I was busy getting ready to take off and go do some other stuff. But I mean, I kept close enough eye on it to hear it. You know what I mean? So
must be one of those. One of the Comic Skate guys. So there's like 20 of them nowadays. So I can't even tell exactly what they're working on.
Yeah, Man Bear Pig's talking about a new Conan the Barbarian comic, and I think I saw him opening it on his show, and it looked like someone had traced John Buscema's art. Either that, or they're reprinting actual art from Savage Sword.
No.
Coloring it.
The guy has an Instagram. It's called Robert Della Torre, and his whole shtick is copying John Buscema. And he'll also did a cover for an Italian comic called Zagor, and there he looks like Andy Kubert, even though Kubert never worked on an Italian comic. No, actually, that's not true. He worked on an Italian comic once, but it wasn't Zagor, it was Tex.
He's like that guy in the 90s that worked on Thor that did a dead-on Kirby impression.
Yeah,
What was his
yeah,
name?
like Ron Friends.
On Friends. Okay,
Yeah.
so they're basically doing the exact Marvel take on it. The thing, this thing is called this Danzig movie is called, what was it? It's really stupid name. Death Rider in the House of Vampires 2021. It's, you see, you can't get it released. And it's just, and there's a trailer that you can watch that is, I think, awful. Here's his official website. But if I could just get the names of the characters, you wouldn't believe. Oh, it's Drac Cassidy, Bad Bathory, Kid Vlad, Duke Von Wayne. Isn't that just so clever? Duke Von Wayne. They're all vampire Western guys. And I guess the hero winds up in some kind of brothel filled with Wild West vampires. It's not like that hasn't been done in From Dusk Till Dawn. Anyway, he's trying to make it look like a spaghetti Western. You know, I mean, he just needs to not, filmmaking isn't his forte. But, yeah.
I don't know if you heard, Gratu, about all those big Amicus briefs that are going to drop in September for the Bad Orange Man. They're like they're gonna, dude. They opened the door and they're gonna get hammered, man. I mean, Mark Levin wrote an Amicus brief, and two other, powerhouse, well-known lawyers wrote Amicus briefs, and they're supposed to come out in September. So there's like all kinds of red alerts going on right now. Everybody's like, you know, once they get hammered with this, what are they going to pull? And anyhow, without going in any debt, just that's something that I know, you know, you look into after the show or something. It's pretty killer.
He's going to give another. He's going to talk at some other dinner tonight on Right Side Broadcasting. That's probably going live. Probably already did. Look at this cover. I just found this on Facebook. It's Arthur Adams. It's a variant Marvel cover, but it's really kind of cool looking.
Yeah.
And then this is I guess what it's going to look like in color.
Looks okay.
I mean, if comics pretty cool. Look like this today, like for real, like inside and out, I'd be there. I'd drive an hour to buy them. But I guess that's just some variant cover.
Grotto, you want to see the new what the new Conan artist looks like?
Oh yeah, that's sharing. What just added. Okay.
Yeah. This is not John Buscema. This is the new guy, Robert Della Torre, and here's something different. This is the Italian comic that he worked on, and this one looks like Joe Kubert.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, the only thing about that first picture you showed is the muscles are a little bit bigger than John Buscema would have drawn. They're almost like he's got some kind of swollen something wrong with his arms, like Popeye or something.
Yeah, here's one.
Yeah, but at what point is that? Can Marvel actually? I guess Marvel can't go after them because something about when, like, all the artwork seems to go with the property. So when Dark Horse or whoever bought or got the Conan franchise, they were able to reprint the Marvel Conan art. And the weird thing about Red Sonja that's being done by Dynamite now is that is a completely created by Roy Thomas. That's not Robert E. Howard. But when Red Sonja goes from one company to the other, she keeps everything. It's like anything you do to alter Robert E. Howard's creation is transferable. When that character moves from one company to the other, she retains all the changes you made to her, because the Red Sonja that Howard wrote was not in the time period of Conan, didn't wear the chainmail bikini. I mean, she had red hair, but she was, I think, Russian, right? It was in more modern times, like 500, 600 years ago, not prehistory.
Yeah, the story is set during the siege of Vienna. But she's supposed to be Turkic. So she would be on the border between the. It could be she could even come from the Russian Empire, but she would be right on the border between Russian culture and Turkic culture.
Yeah.
So she can have. No, a bit further to the east, more like Samarkand, where closer to where Kazakhstan is.
Okay.
Right around the Caspian Sea.
This lady's kind of annoying, but her name is Carolyn Borisenko, and she was this ultra liberal and went to a Trump rally, I guess, to make fun of them, and they all accepted her and thought, and treated her right, and she converted and became. But then she realized both sides are crazy, so now she has this channel where she runs like on Saturday, and this is going to go for hours. She runs like communist or socialist training videos that are all over YouTube. She just like streams them, and she makes commentary on them and translates she says they don't speak English the way we do. Everything they say has some other meaning, and because she was part of that culture, and she translates everything, and so that you can listen to one of these so it's like she's explaining. I don't even want to mention what they're called, but she explains everything that they're doing and how they're so she calls it Socialism Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
She's and then she's explaining.
They'll be defeated.
How it really is interesting, because she explains that when they say one thing, that's not really what they mean. It has some other meaning, and it's all coded language for each other, and it's
double talk.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, but she can be annoying. Because she's still got all the liberal mannerisms and the annoying voice, but I still will watch it.
The NPR voice.
She's got. I don't know. I mean, I'll play her for a second, and you can see what I mean. But she's. That was funny how AJ kind of fell in love with the shaman yesterday, and then he.
Man, I tripped out on that.
I didn't get to watch it today because I was doing this thing, but I'm trying to use. It's like I was explaining to Meyer earlier. This is the last day I've got of unlimited.
I heard it. I heard it. Yeah, I was watching.
It's like when you go to my friend that was 500 pounds would go to these buffets, and so I got to get my $14 worth after the fifth plate of pumpkin pie on top of turkey and 6 fried chickens. So that's why I'm doing this. Anyway.
Here you go, Paulo. I picked this up today.
Let me blow you up.
Oh, that's nice.
Is that a model kit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I always
got
admire
a yard
people
sale.
who are able to build model kits like that.
Yeah, it's a Portugal ship. It's the Belly Atoll.
That's French, actually.
Is it French?
Yeah, Belle Étoile. Beautiful star. It's got the French flag, and that's the French flag and everything.
I thought it was weird. I was reading it. I just seen that it does have a French flag. I was reading it, and then I was reading the history, and the history stated that it became more of did the Portugal capture it or something?
No, we invented that style of ship.
Oh, okay, that's right. You guys are the kings of the water, man. You were at that period, absolutely.
Yeah,
for
one
sure.
time it was Portugal, one time it was England. I mean, different people have pretty much run the world. Looks like
In the
it's
15th
kind of
century,
the twilight hours for us.
in the 15th century, that was us. And then we made a very big mistake. We kicked out the Jews, and they were the only ones who knew what to do any accounting. And we've been owing money to everyone ever since.
Okay. We had to change the subject here. Anyway, Right Side Broadcasting went live. I'll be right back. Don't talk about anything too controversial.
No.
No, we
Now,
were
that
just
was
talking about
crazy today. Go ahead.
No, we were just talking about the Jews. Not controversial at all.
Oh no,
but
man, that'll get you the boot. Yeah, that'll get you the boot.
But in the late 15th century, first there's a royal decree in Spain that they have to kick out the Jews, and most of them come to Portugal. But our king was trying to marry the daughter of the Spanish kings, and you have to kick out the Jews too. And he said, okay, which was a bad idea because it usually was a Jewish family who handled the kingdom's finances, and we bungled that really hard. And 3 generations later, all of our kings and queens were first cousins, which is not good. And and we ended up losing our independence for a 60-year period.
Yeah,
which we also lost some of our colonies. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are definitely. I mean, I've never studied much into Portugal. Studied more into Spain. Edging on some of Portugal. Like I have lots of Basque friends that are kind of, I guess, French and Portuguese and Spanish or whatever.
The Basque country is mostly in Spain, but there's a Basque cultural area over the border in southwest France. So if you go to Bilbao or San Sebastian in Spain, that's where the Basques live.
Yeah, and I have a friend of mine that's still he's passed away now, but he still owned property there. And he used to always tell me, yeah, we're going to take off and we'll go over there and hang out one of these days. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I've been to Spain before, and when my band was out on tour, and I didn't want to leave, dude. The women were beautiful. I was just like, but I knew that wasn't going to be for me. I mean, I'm too much of a dumb American. I can't hang over there. So, yeah, it was crazy. I never edged my way into Portugal, though. I do have friends of mine that play in bands that have been in Portugal. They like it. They loved it. They thought it was fantastic, and I never got a chance to get over there to that part. I mean, Spain was as far as that as I went over there, and Germany and France, and we did Denmark. Where else? Poland. Poland was crazy. It's all culture shock for me. I'm, pretty much just a hillbilly kid out of a small town, so it's pretty interesting. Just the culture shock is not as bad as the Middle East. The Middle East is a real big culture shock.
Yeah. No, yeah. If any American comes to any place in Europe, you're gonna notice that the culture is different. But as soon as you get the hang of it, you should adapt easily. And you find out all the cool stuff that
absolutely.
You can get.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. Well, the first Americans were Europeans that bailed out of Europe to come over here. So I mean, it's we're cousins no matter what.
Yeah.
So I mean, I shouldn't say the first Americans are. That's incorrect. That we are not Native Americans. We are Anglo Americans. Yeah, it's crazy over there though. France is crazy. It was crazy then. I can't even imagine how France is now. I mean, that place looks like New York times a million, with the upsettingness that's going on over there.
There are places in Paris that you have to avoid. Marseille is always a shithole. But, there are places around the country that are pretty nice to go. It's just that if you go there and you only speak English,
sure.
You're going to be in problem. You're going to be in trouble because they don't speak English outside the big cities.
Yeah, we were with some real good friends of ours while we were over there that, spoke both English and French, and they stood with us the whole time. So we were square,
You were on tour? You went on tour there? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, not really tour. Just like we played there for I mean, we were there for about a week and we played like 3 shows. So, you know how punk rock is, man. We don't, well, the punk rock back of the 90s, it's, there was no grand touring like there is now. I mean, some of these bands, they get on these, the money guys have figured out that, they can finance these big things and, they can have like an actual real tour. That's one thing I do love about Europe, because Europe like totally supports their artists. Like, if like an American band over here has to just struggle, I mean, you better have money and you better and you're going to struggle. You're going to play dives forever. Over in Europe, if you're pretty good and you fall in with the right people and you are, you have to be good. That there's without a doubt. You can't just be a whodunit band. But, if you're good and you put in a little bit of work, you can get picked up and put on. They have some grand tours over in Europe now. I mean, they play like soccer stadiums and it's really cool. I was just like, God, man, if they had that 20 years ago, dude, man, it would have been like a million times more fun.
It was fun. How did everything get destroyed with recorded music? I mean, was that allowed to happen? It's like, because
it's not recorded music.
I don't know when I bought the last record or CD, because I can just go to YouTube and record the song onto a DVD-R and make a 6-hour compilation of music.
Yeah, you can. No, I don't think that there's a problem with recorded music ruining it. There are a lot of musical projects, especially in pop music, that are entirely made on a computer, and they're a studio product. So when you try to play it live, you have to make it a production because you don't have an actual band. But it all sounds too artificial and overproduced, so it's not real.
Well, what I mean by that is you can't make money from records and CDs anymore. I guess you have to tour. I guess some people buy music that doesn't exist on their computer, and don't actually have a physical copy of it. But physical copies of music, I don't know who does that. So I guess people pay 99 cents for downloading a song, which is
I know a few people. I'm not acquainted with many people in the music industry, but I do know a few professional musicians that are somewhat successful in their genres over here, and they don't make money off of the records. They make money off of going on tour.
Yep.
Yeah, but why is that? Why is it that that industry allowed that to be pulled out with the computers? I just don't. It's just like if you write a book. Imagine if you just can't make money from books. You have to go out on tour and read.
That was true in that was true in the 1960s and 70s. The moment you started recording music that was written by somebody else, you were not making money from recordings. Somebody else was, because it's not your song, you're just singing it. Sinatra. Sinatra was an exception because he ended up selling a lot of records. But he got famous for being on tour and not for playing on the radio.
Yeah, you're right there. No, I mean, as far as without being long-winded and being very short about it, is I'm trying to get to the crux of Gratu's question. The question is, why would they allow them blow themselves out of the industry?
Well, I remember they tried to fight against, what was it, Napster years ago, and it didn't work.
Yeah, no, but the short answer is the middlemen and the people that signed the band still make the money. Okay, and so they figured out that any way that they could still make money, and you know, it used to be like a very grand thing, just like Pablo was saying, and you know too, Gratu. It's like, you know, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you know, the bands, you know, they themselves became rich. And so what it was, in all honesty, is it's a way to control an art form. Okay? Right. If you do not pass through the gatekeepers now, then you can't survive as, you know, you can't have that. I should say you can't have the grandiose of the 50s, 60s, and 70s recording artists, or even early 80s artists. You can't have that. And see, and it's a way for them. I shouldn't say them, but it's just like all business. They became greedy. So and it's a way to control a message. You know, and so that's really what it is.
To get across and to destroy society, which is what they did to a large degree with.
I mean, they're
hip hop and stuff.
Look at almost all the music that they put out now is so low vibe. I mean, it's just horrible. And I don't say that as an old man. I say that as a music lover who loves to listen to everything. I listen to all genres of music. Okay. And the music that they have promoted and they have put out is so low frequency, man. I mean, it's just the lowest form of debauchery that they can come out with. I mean, there was debauchery when I was out there, but it was kind of like grassroots debauchery. You know, it was like real debauchery. Now it's like just dark power debauchery. That's what I call it anyways. So that is the short answer. I mean, we could go further deeper into it. It's just they have always been gatekeepers. They just became even bigger gatekeepers when the digital world came out. It was a way to keep anybody from making any money unless they went through, you know, the publishing houses. You know, that's who runs everything, is BMA, JJL. I talk to whole kids, tons of kids now. They don't want anything to do with the music industry. All they want to do is they want to be the suit and tie of the business industry. Like, they don't even care about the music. They just want to run all the copyrights and run all the stuff, and they could care less who it is. And then you just like sit back. They have like whole schools that you go to now for it, you know? And it's like, I don't know, man. It's just, it's bad. And that's why the record industry is doing well again. You know, people that have the time and the resources to, you know, put out their own stuff and babysit their own stuff and take care of their own stuff, they can actually sell units and make money, and they can self-promote themselves and put themselves out on tour. and they can and they don't ever sign with a big tour group, like a big promotional company, and they can make a really good living now.
Look at this band.
Thanks to us punk rockers.
This band has less than 500 subscribers. It looks like it's like a little girl and her parents playing, like the Partridge Family or something.
Cool.
See. They're called the Hawkbirds. I assume that's her mom and dad behind her. You can see my phone's going at the top. See that weird black stuff at the top?
Yeah.
Looks like Hunter Biden's on drums there. I ought to post this and say, look what Hunter Biden's doing now.
Hunter Biden finally accepts Love Child, creates band with her.
Without a doubt.
Anyway, they do Ramones covers and
you know the Napster situation, although it was people downloading music for free.
John Gora should like this. He did a video, an animated version of this song. I think he did. Anyway, there's some good bands that I've discovered lately, but
sure,
stuff like that's.
It's a great format. I mean, if you happen to click into it, it's a great format for that. But it does not translate to the real world. Very little. Very little. Very little. I've learned that. Not from me, but other people's horror stories. Yeah, it's but yeah, it's cool. I think it's cool. It's like the 1920s again. Anybody can be a musician. Everybody's signed. Everybody has a record. Everybody has a YouTube channel. Everybody, and
it is a
you can become
famous. I mean, yeah.
But you can't have 1 million subscribers on your YouTube channel, and most people in the world have no idea who you are.
They were doing
exactly.
This during COVID. Dad, mom, and kid having a good time while trying our best to play some of our favorite tracks. This has been a creative way to spend our time during the COVID pandemic.
But it works.
Should have made a sitcom out of this.
When they went after Napster, the big problem wasn't so much the idea that people were downloading the music for free. Eventually, people are going to abandon Napster because the apps that you used to download, you had to learn how to use them. It was eventually going to be too much work for the normie. That's when normal people started using the internet. They were not going to use Napster. And
who's up? Dwarf Kiss band.
So
if they get too big, Gene Simmons will get them. Go ahead.
Yeah. But you're a Bon Jovi fan. You want to go to what people actually wanted to do. They wanted to go to bonjovi.com and buy the music from bonjovi.com. They don't care about the music industry. They thought, I'm a fan of Bon Jovi. I want bonjovi.com and download it. So let's convince let's convince everybody in the music industry that the internet is bad. No music on the internet. When YouTube started and people started uploading video clips or they just put a photo in the song. It's instead of figuring out a way that they pay everybody. The first they went at YouTube, take it out, and for years nobody could put any music on YouTube until they finally figured out a way to make money off of it.
Mm-hmm.
It could have ended earlier. The monopoly of the big music publishers. Anyone could have figured out, I'm going to make a website and sell my music on a website.
Yeah. No, there's plenty of artists now that just.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But it took.
I'm sorry, Gretchen.
I'm sorry, Amel and the Sniffers. Do you know this band? They've got almost 700,000 followers. They're out of Australia or somewhere. They're pretty good.
There's some good Aussie bands. There's definitely some good Aussie bands.
I don't know what would get me in trouble with the.
Yeah, I agree with Paulo. I mean, there's tons of them. I mean, you look at people like Bryson Gray, and you look at all these different people that are, MAGA people, right? They've just created their own music industry, and it pisses off the big music corp people because their songs go to like #1. They can't hold them, And you have like Bryson Gray, and there's probably 15 or 20 other MAGA type artists, and their songs go to #1, and they can't stop them. They can't stop them, and it pisses them off, and they try to kick them off just like they just did that Cowboy. What did he do? That song. It's huge.
Try that in a small town. And they tried
try that in a small town.
He had footage from all those riots a few summers ago. And then one of the local stations said, that's our footage, it's copywritten. And so they had to take out a few clips of some of the riots. And then they said, this guy's a sellout. He took out the footage, some of this footage, but it had to be taken out because that's how they get you and say and fool people. And it's like this what's his face that he's a good guy. I mean, I'm the guy that's running against Trump, that's the second behind him,
Ramaswamy.
Vivek Ramaswamy. They said he's a World Economic Forum guy. And what World Economic Forum said, we give him our special award. He's great. And he sued them and said, hey, stop saying that about him. Everyone was like being fooled into thinking he's actually part of that. And he had nothing to do with it. They just were trying to take him down by associating their name with him with their enemy. It's real tricky.
Yeah, I like him, but I don't trust him yet. He needs to be seasoned more.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He wouldn't be a bad vice president, and I wouldn't mind RFK Jr. being. I've heard he's anti-gun, but I haven't heard that yet, so I don't trust anything unless I see it.
No, he changed his stance on that, and he came clear on it. He said he blamed it on the dope. He said it's not the Quete, it's the dope. So he changed his stance on that. RFK Jr. did. Ramaswamy, I'm not ready for that pill. And most of the people I know aren't neither. He's young. He needs to get seasoned. He needs to get blown up. He needs to get thrown in jail. He needs to get arrested a few times, and
he's like 70 years old. How's he young? We're thinking young by standards of Trump and Biden, and he's like built like Arnold Schwarzenegger, so we think he's young, but he's not a young guy. And I can't imagine why someone whose uncle and father were blown away would be anti-gun at some point. But they found a diary supposedly that he had written that made him look like beyond his uncle JFK was supposed to be, as far as and they said this is why his marriage ended, and someone asked him about it at a press conference, and he kind of went but I don't know that disqualifies you anymore, your that kind of history, because but anyway, I don't know. I mean, as a vice president, that would be an amazing sign. Trump and then a Kennedy. I mean, it would just be
blow
people's minds.
Dude, there's no way they can beat it. They could not beat it. I mean, they can't beat it now.
Atomic bomb coming out of it would be like that, because it's and it's like
they can't beat it now, but that would absolutely make it unbeatable. I mean, there's just, I mean, even the average, drooling American, which is 80% of the population, would be like, oh, Kennedy, yeah, I'm gonna vote for that. Yeah, Trump, yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean,
It's like
even
Washington,
Washington,
Lincoln. We got the
exactly.
In high school, there was a girl.
There you go, bro.
There was a girl in my graduating class. Her last name was Washington. I won't say her first name, but it was an old-fashioned sounding name, and she was directly descended from George Washington. And even though, she
amazing,
looked like George Washington, you could have put hundreds of girls there and say which one's descended from George Washington. You would have picked her, even though George Washington had red hair. She had blonde hair, but it was like her hairdo kind of came out like Washington's hair on the dollar bill, and she was pretty, but she had a square jaw, which is hard to explain how that can be pretty. Maybe like Xena had kind of a square jaw, but so it looked like, just like you could tell, oh, that's definitely related. She was directly related to George Washington, with the.
Oh, I would have been gnashing on that. Oh, if I would have found out she was related, if I knew some chick and I knew she was a direct bloodline, I don't care. I would have been all over that. I would have made that work, whether she liked me or not. I would have made her like me, man. I would have married that. I want that. I want that kind of bloodline.
I like international shipboard cover bands. Sometimes the best band you've ever heard is 5 middle-aged Filipino men that sound exactly like Journey, America, and Steely Dan in one set. There's a record, if I could find it on my jukebox downstairs. I guess I could play it on YouTube because I don't think copy would kick in. It's there used to be this record label on 45s called Hit Records. You might have seen these, Basil. They were all cover versions of popular songs, so it would fool a pretty dumb kid into buying it, or maybe a grandmother. It's like, I want this song by the Beatles, and it's like, oh, here, I got it for you. It's I Want to Hold Your Hand, but it's not them. And this song is I Get Around. It's the Beach Boys song. And it sounds like they got 4 or 5 60-year-old drunk men to sing this, and they're not. It's funny as heck. Those records sometimes they sound kind of like the original artist, and sometimes it's so bad it's just hysterically funny. I'm trying to find this artist out of Austin. I played it for Meyer the other night, and I can't ever remember their name. Maybe Meyer remembers. It's a group. They're from Austin. The lead singer is African American with a gigantic Pam Grier afro and a gap in her teeth, and it's just hilarious. Like, what was that? What are their names? It's a great band, but they have hardly any more subscriptions than I do. It's like, how is that possible? I can't remember the name.
It's not that black, fat, and trans video, is it?
No,
that one. Jeez.
Yeah, look that one up one of these days, Gra, too, if you can find it, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's like some underground punk rock thing. It is just sitting on the stage, probably on who knows what drugs, screaming what I just stated before. And then there's like 80 people in the crowd like clapping and yelling, yay, yay. Yeah, put that up. Let's see what it is.
I don't know if I want to get in trouble with YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is it's on a channel called NPC Apocalypse. Oh my gosh. Oh well.
Is that the one I was talking about?
I accidentally put it in my the wrong folder.
Cleo, I love it too.
Is that it?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh, this looks like a pretty good channel, actually.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty
boy, we gotta
wild.
be careful. Yeah.
Yay! At least I got you something to laugh about. You and Cleo could laugh tonight.
If I could just. What is International Shipboard cover? Oh, because they're from the Philippines. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard that expression before. Anyway.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there for sure, guys. That's for sure.
There's a band that is genuine. I think they're genuinely good. And unless I've lost my mind, she has 185,000 subscribers. It's called Sir Chloe.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've heard you speak about that. Yeah.
Have you looked them up?
No, I haven't. I am like in a brief synopsis of where my head is right now. I'm swimming, dude. There's so much information out there.
I know.
Right now I'm like super freaked out, and like I just barely play my guitar like maybe a couple hours a week right now, because I'm literally, like you were talking about, like the top of my head is just like blowing out of the top of my skull right now. My brains are
about getting rid of cash and going to a digital system. Then it's just pretty much that's the scary stuff.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the amount of me and my friend were talking last night. I think last time I was on the show, I said something too. It's like the amount of news that has come out in the last 10 days, and let's just all admit it. I mean, I would imagine that everybody that visits your channel and comes on, we're all a little hawkish on the news, right? So we pay attention to things that are going on. And I can tell you, in the last 10 days, it is like 20 years of news. Yeah. And you have to slam the brakes on, and I have to write. I have like this thing, I write down everything, and then I have to backtrack so I can see exactly what's going on, because I mean, it's like it just rolls out of the top. It's like an Alex Jones show. Oops, can't say that. It's like that, but it's mainstream media.
At what point do you think you might need to bug out of where you're at? Well,
I'm sorry, my phone.
Well, I mean, at what point do you think you might need to leave being in a big city? You see that as an imminent thing?
For me, I mean, I'm not that worried about it. I mean, I am. I truly am. But I guess I'm consigned to the fate that's going to happen, and I don't have the money to retreat like that. So, and I am geographically, I mean, like 98% in the middle of California. So I'm not really too worried about it. If whatever's happened is definitely going to. The bigger things, if they were to happen, are going to happen in Los Angeles or San Francisco. Yeah, it's going to trickle down here. This part of California is still red, but turning purple, I would say. So at least that's what they would have us believe. So you got to remember, it's all ag here. I mean, we're basically the Ukraine of the United States. I mean, we grow everything here. So people are still.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Say again?
I didn't
No,
mean to
no, no,
interrupt.
no,
What I was
no,
going
no.
to say is, if things ever went apocalyptic and you needed to get out and just throw everything into a car, and you'd be completely welcome here. We've got room, you know, and same thing with Meyer. Just, you know, just go.
Oh, yeah.
Go
Thank
east.
you.
And Cleo would be completely. She's in agreement. You know, we've got room, and because, you know, things, I don't know. This is like completely uncharted territory. As far as I know, nothing like this has ever happened historically that I know of. This is maybe, at least not in a, I don't know. This is, it's almost like a cartoon every day. The news,
Yeah.
it's almost funny.
Yo, sure.
That
Sure.
Jack Smith guy it looks like he's right out, like the most evil guy out of the Witchfinder General or something. He looks like some stern Puritan, you know, the witch, and it's like
Yeah.
now he's saying, I'm scared that Trump's gonna get me. I need a protection order. Did you see that this morning? Whenever you want the opposition news, you just go to Drudge Report. There's like, there he is. Jack Smith seeks protective order. Dawn threats on social. I'm coming after you. Could be jailed. George orders Trump response to special counsel amid crossfire over threat.
Yeah.
Which is why now,
but
the reason I went downstairs a minute ago is I went down through on basically like a VCR, but I used the DVD-R recorder. So I'm recording in 6 hour. I record every time Trump comes on. I record it like a mental patient. It's like a Super Bowl to me. It's so much fun, and it's so funny, and it's but anyway, he's going to talk at some GOP dinner, so they've got the coverage going. I've got that recording because you never know what's going to be said, you know. And maybe this will be the only historical record after you know,
we're here.
You know, the world blows up. And,
yeah, no, we're here. It's arrived. The time has arrived. It's sink or swim for the whole world right now. You can be as stoic or indifferent to it as you want, but it's here. It's here. This is it. This is the final one. And not because it came out of the bad orange man's mouth. Being intuitive the way I am, I've never, ever felt this way. I'm not scared. That's how I know it's true, is that I know this is it. This is it. It's like, I don't know, without getting deep, I don't know if any of you guys have had near-death experience, but I've had several. And I can tell you, for me and all the other people I've spoke to, when you're about ready to die, you aren't scared. You just become stoic, and you come to a full realization of where you're at and what is about to happen, and everything slows down. And that's where I am with the world, not just the United States. I'm that way with the world now. It's like the top of my head is blowing off with all these, you know, I've got to read more of this. I got to see that. So much has happened, but then all of a sudden it's almost like a very peaceful thing inside of me, where I realize that we're at that precipice. We're at that point where whatever you want to call it's going to happen. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's like the end of the world, but I'm saying the end of the world as we know it, the end of the free world as we know it, you know, because once we're done, completely done, it's all over for the rest. We're like the last bastion. You know what I mean?
Well, if they start demanding that you have some chip put inside your wrist or something to even enter a grocery store, then
sure.
I mean, we've got Amish farmers around here. I see Amish go right down the street every day, which is
so cool.
An amazing thing to see.
It is, dude. I've been around it part of my life.
A horse-drawn carriage going down a cobblestone road, and the sound of that is like this instinctive memory from generations ago that you only heard it in westerns, and all of a sudden it's like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, I have, you know, having family all, you know.
Did you know that the kid, the younger generations, they're going to be the first ones to want to put a chip to pay for groceries, because we already have those people. I've met people who refuse to use money. Why would I need to go get money? I can just do it from the cell phone. Well, what if they block your cell phone? Well, why would they do that? Because they can. But the kids are also so, the act of going to the ATM, getting money, putting it in their wallet, storing the wallet in their back pocket, they're taking the wallet out of their back pocket so they can pick up the money with their hands to use it to pay for something. That's too much work for them now.
Yeah, and what they'll do is they'll come up with some new invention from Fauci that they'll say, well, this money's just dirty. You're going to get diseases from it. You can't touch the money. We're going to have to confiscate it all and get rid of it, and we're going to do you a favor and give you this mark of the beast.
And when I told my dad, and I told this to my dad, they're going to want to get rid of money. Well, what do they want old people to do? And they don't want old people to do. They want old people to die.
Yeah, they don't try to get rid of the whole baby boom generation with that last thing. The doctor was you know, when that first came along, I said to him, yeah, it's almost like you know, it's going to affect the older people, the baby boom generation, which was the most of the population. Like, is, you know, that they're going to be all getting, you know, medical care from as retired people from Medicare or whatever. And he kind of like almost like kind of smiled like he yeah, you know, yeah, we got to get rid of them. He's the same guy that told me Bill Gates is a great, what did he call him? Global citizen. I was like Fred Flintstone, you know, when my feet started I couldn't wait to get out of there.
I mean, I went to a yard sale today, guys, and they were like, "Oh, we take Venmo," and I'm just like, "Nah, dude." I was like, "I don't care about Venmo." I go, "My world, I use hard cash." To, oh, okay. You know what I mean? I was just like,
you know, okay, this guy from South Carolina wants to order an episode of my TV show, and he watches my show all the time. And he called up Gotham City Comics because you know, I'm talking to Kevin all the time on the show, but he doesn't do PayPal. He doesn't do anything but cash. He doesn't have any kind of plastic cards. So,
hardcore.
So he said, you know, he could send a money order. And so I was saying, so I called the guy up. Kevin gave me his phone number, and I said, just send the money order to Kevin, and then he can use that against my pile of stuff on his hold. I got like 2 piles of stuff on hold
smart
in Arizona.
Yeah, that's smart, man.
Then you know, that'll help pay off. Then he'll send me the books, and I can use them on my show. And then,
I mean, we come from that generation. I have no reluctance in hiding a $20 bill and sending it still. You know what I mean? And when I'm going to buy something, that's why I still accept cash on eBay. You know, when I sell stuff on eBay, I put cash, well-concealed cash. You know, and I get maybe 1 or 2 guys a year that'll do that. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, they made it like, you know, the story, like, oh, it's so evil. Cash is so evil. Well, you know, you can get robbed if you have cash. Well, I got news for you. There's more robbery that goes on digitally than there ever was, because it takes a pair of cojones to rob somebody of their cash. It doesn't take anything to sit there and go, oh, I just got $700 out of his account. You know what I mean? It's, you know, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, but at best, Gratu and Paulo, and I will say this in the utmost highest regard for you guys and myself, is that we live in very interesting times, and there are people, generations of people that wanted to live during this time. So, hey, let's check it out. Let's see what's going to happen.
Well, there are the people that say
I am
that we have chosen, people that are metaphysical, New Age people that say, well, we all chose to live in this time because we're eternal beings and we reincarnate, and we say, well, hey, maybe I
agree with that to a certain
work out. I guess I'll come to. Let me be born during this time, and it's like they came out and said, yes, UFOs are real, and we've been. No one covers it. It doesn't even matter. I mean, pretty much we now know that JF Kennedy, John F. Kennedy.
That's actually true. To most people, aliens are proven to be real. Okay, I still have to pay my mortgage. I still have to make my rent. I don't care that aliens are real.
Well, I think about this. Could I, the last couple of years, I guess if I completely shut myself off and didn't look at news or anything, I wouldn't know about Biden and this insanity and any of this. But how would my life be different? Well, I'd see the prices go up at the supermarket, and I was like, maybe I could just live completely obliviously, like a lot of people that don't know about any of this. They don't know about any of this bribery and how the president's took money from China. And that's why he's bending over, letting them do whatever, buying up farmland in the United States. But I guess even if you lived with your head in the ground, you couldn't have done that through the pandemic.
That's how I try to get through to people. As I try to get through to people, is I just do on a base route. When I talk to them, I go, and I've said this on your channel before. You go up to go pay for something, and I'll see the look, and like you're at the grocery store and everything's like 40. Your grocery bill is $40-$50 more than what it used to be, and I go, yeah, thank you, Biden, thank you, Democrats. I say it like really loud in the grocery store because if you have to go to a primal root of anything, it's that. Like, you cannot deny that everything is more expensive and you're getting less bang for your buck. And I think that is where Americans have always voted. I really do. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's like, that's all, looking at these comics, that you just see the history of it. It's like everything's 10 cents forever. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, 15 cents, 20 cents, 25 cents the next year, 30 cents, 35 cents, all through the 70s. How their comics went up. But they actually
now it's not uncommon.
Spider-Man
$10 comics. I see $8 comics, $10 comics.
Those are the larger ones. But the Spider-Man finally became $5. So every comic in the Marvel lineup is now at least $5. The only $3 comic left is Spawn.
Well,
so $5 is the equivalent of 10 cents.
Yeah.
Someone pointed out to me the comics actually did go up during those decades that they were 10 cents, in the sense that they started out really thick in the late 30s, and then they shrunk the page count down. So that's how they were hiding the price increase. And then
trying to make money too,
but they couldn't shrink the price of the size of the comic any more without it just turning into a pamphlet. So that's when the prices started to go up in the late 60s.
But we can tell because
just because of the paper rationing during World War II, when the paper rationing was over, the comics did not go back to the number of pages that they had. They were still 52. There were still 52 pages, including the cover, in 1947.
Yeah.
In 1951, they went down to 36 pages, 32 plus cover, and in order to keep the 10-cent price point. But and that's the one that lasted. But yeah, it's like Ratu was saying, the 12-cent was inevitable. If the comics had gone up to 12 cents and with 68 pages in 1947, we would still have 68-page comics, and everything would still be an anthology with multiple characters, and it would be easier to get features that we liked, and not to have the comics depend on having one franchise having multiple comics, and you don't know what you have to buy.
And boys rebelled against that 12-cent when comics went from 10 cents to 12 cents. In the early 60s, they rebelled, and the sales of comics went down, except for the comics aimed at girls. They stayed steady. The romance comics, the Lois Lanes, the Archie comics, the girls kept buying them, but the boys said, heck with this, and they went out with their BB guns back when kids still had lives outside the house and fresh air.
There were attempts at doing 15-cent comics with 48 pages around 1960. I can't remember who did it. I'm not sure if it was Dell. And it failed. And that was a shame. But then again, it failed because it was Dell.
Yeah. Yeah, what happened is the boys came back in the mid-60s, but that's why some of those early Marvel comics that the youngsters call keys are very hard to find, because boys, those early 12-cent, I think Fantastic Four #1 was 10 cents. You've got all the other early Marvel keys are 12 cents, and guys didn't buy them as much. And then when they knew they had to raise the price, they raised the price to 15 cents. But when they knew they were going to have to raise it to 20, both Marvel and DC decided to increase the page count to 52 pages, something like that, so that they could mask it. And they decided to not raise it to 20 cents, but to 25 cents, raise it a dime, but you get all these extra pages, but it didn't work. The kids rebelled, and Marvel shrank back the page count and went to 20 cents from 25 cents after about 2 months. And I think DC tried to stick it out for the better part of the year.
I think they had a contract for the paper, and they couldn't get out of it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure why, but yeah, they weren't able to follow Marvel as quick. I always thought that Marvel was playing a trick on them or something. But yeah, then comics were 20 cents. That was kind of the era when I first started buying a lot of comics, when they were just turning 20 cents. So that's
they were a quarter. Yeah, they were a quarter. I remember going up to 7-Eleven. It was amazing. Today, earlier, was it yesterday or today? It was today. No, it was yesterday. We were going someplace, and we went by my old neighborhood, and the 7-Eleven where I used to go is now, it's like an Asian market or whatever, which is fun. It's great. But it was just crazy driving over there. And I said it at the same time. The friend that I was with, I was like, yeah. I go, you remember when that used to be 7-Eleven? And he was like, yeah. And I go, across the street was Kong's Market. It was a Chinese market. And now it is a Mexican market, which is fine. That's great. I mean, I'm happy that there's still small businesses thriving in there. And then catty corner to all that, on one of those four corners, is the first church that I used to go to as a child. I would go there for summer school or whatever they call it. It was during the summer. And my parents were both religious, but never pressed it upon us as children. and that was like the first time I went in there. But and I got baptized or whatever they call it. You know, they christened me there, or they, you know, said a prayer over me or whatever. And I came home and I told my parents, and they were like, "Oh, that's fantastic." And anyways, that church now is an Asian church. It's a Hmong church or a Vietnamese church now, and that's amazing. And I told my buddy, I was like, dude, we should park over here and like go to this church and like go to this market and like go to that market over there, just trip out, because it's like, you know, this is where we grew up. You know what I mean? It's like so cool. He goes, yeah, that would be kind of neat. And I was like, yeah, I like got my first summer job on that corner. And how I got involved in antiquing was that the antique guy that had bought out our garage had a small little store on that corner, and now it's something else. I don't know what it is. And it's like that corner, that 4-point corner there is like very historical for me, you know what I mean? And it is also for my friend. And I was like, yeah, dude, we should just like come over here and like go to the church and like on a Sunday and trip out on it and see what it's like, and then like go across the street and get a beer from the Mexican food place, the Mexican store, and then walk across the street and get something to eat at the Asian market, which was 7-Eleven.
Yeah,
I thought that was great.
Those churches with immigrants, mainly immigrants in them, tend to be far more spiritual than the sold out ones.
Oh yeah,
we went to
for sure.
I guess a Seventh-day Adventist church back in Texas, and we go in there and it's all, I guess, somewhat recent African immigrants, all wonderful people, super nice, and they prayed over Cleo, and she stopped smoking. Like she never smoked again. It really worked, you know. So I think so.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So
yeah, I mean, I've never considered myself denominational or anything like that. I just, you know, church is cool. You know, when I want to go, I'll go. I don't ever tell anybody to go. I tell them they better get smart and better get some kind of light in their life. You know what I mean? But I don't advocate for any, you know, one. Right. I advocate for one thing and one thing only, but you know, I don't advocate any religion with anybody. You know what I mean? Yeah. Never. That's the way my parents were. My dad was like a diehard Catholic, and my mom was like a hardcore hippie, came out of a Southern Baptist type thing, and they were both very, you know, very much that, you know, you should have some spirit in your life. What you choose to do with it is what you choose to do. That's what they say. You know, that's what they told us as kids. So I spent a great amount of time going to Catholic church with my dad. I would go sometimes, and, you know, he never would pressure me to, you know, oh, you're going to, you know, get baptized and blah, blah. And he was never, nothing like that. Nothing, you know. My mom was barely go to church. She would go, I don't know, a couple of times a year, maybe, you know, Christmas and Passover and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, they were really cool. And that's how I would be with my children. I'd be just like, hey, you need to get some light in your life. I may suggest this or whatever, but I would never suggest like any certain religion. You know what I mean? That's how I am. I mean, you know, that's just how I work it. Yeah. So, I mean, with as much stuff as I had happen to me in my life, without it, I definitely, truly, honestly believe that I would be like 6 feet under right now. Yeah, for sure. But that's about as hardcore as like. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy world, and it is definitely real. that's the thing, is that I could never, you could never ever get that across to some people. Like they believe it's like all mumbo jumbo and whatever, and it's like, no, there's something to it. There's definitely, you're not just, you just didn't crawl out of the mud, dude. You know what I mean? There's some kind of little special force that's going on there. If anything, believe like Obi-Wan being Kenobi, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy. Heavy duty, man. Heavy duty fun stuff. Heavy duty fun stuff. Hey man, my phone's about ready to die, and I much appreciate you guys having me on. Paul, it was great talking to you, man. And glad to all you. But yeah, see you guys in the funny papers, man. All right.
Yeah.
All right, take care. All right, Paul, I'll see you soon. I gotta.
Yeah, you gotta go.
To destroy everything.
Okay.
All right, take
See you
care.
later.
All right, bye. See ya.
Bye.
See you, everybody.